What if I told you that you could wake up tomorrow morning feeling calmer, clearer, and mentally stronger without lifting a finger? Sounds impossible, right? But it's not. Because while your body rests, your mind never truly sleeps. And what you feed it during those quiet hours can transform everything. Most people underestimate the power of nighttime thoughts. They go to bed stressed, anxious, replaying regrets and unfinished conversations, and unknowingly, they marinate in that chaos all night long. Their brain becomes a sponge, soaking in every toxic thought. The result? They wake up already drained, already defeated before the day has even begun. But what if you could flip that script? What if your mind while you sleep could become a training ground for wisdom, resilience, and peace? Imagine falling asleep not to the noise of your own worries, but to the timeless teachings of Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, men who weathered storms of war, loss, and leadership without losing their clarity or control. This isn't just passive listening. It's mental training. It's rewiring. Each night becomes an opportunity to cleanse your thoughts, silence your inner critic, and replace emotional chaos with a calm, unshakable focus. Stoicism isn't just a philosophy, it's a framework for living. And the best part? You can absorb it effortlessly while you sleep. Think about it. Instead of lying awake, overthinking every choice and fear. What if your subconscious was quietly absorbing ancient wisdom, strengthening your ability to endure, to stay composed, to live with intention? By the time the sun rises, you don't just feel rested, you feel prepared, ready to face life with steadiness and purpose. No more waking up to the same mental battles. No more reacting to life with panic and doubt. Just clarity, calm, and confidence rooted in Stoic wisdom. So if you're ready to shift your inner world without forcing change, if you're tired of letting worry run your nights and steal your mornings, let these 4 hours of Stoic reflection guide your sleep. Let the voices of ancient strength shape your modern mind. Because by the time your eyes open tomorrow, your transformation will already be underway. Now, let the night begin. And so, as the night begins and your transformation quietly unfolds, there's one powerful truth we must face. Rest is impossible when the mind refuses to let go. Yesterday, for many, was never truly released. The body may lie still, tucked beneath the covers, but the mind entrained and overwhelmed keeps running. Thoughts race, regrets echo. The same worries that weighed you down during the day now haunt the silence of the night. This is where the power of mental detox enters. The Stoics knew something that most people today overlook. Clarity doesn't just happen. It's not an accident. It's a practice, one that must be cultivated with discipline and intention. Because a mind left unattended will always drift toward chaos. It will replay frustrations, cling to regrets, and even invent problems that don't exist yet. Sound familiar? But there is hope. A properly trained mind doesn't fall into that trap. Instead, it learns to filter through the noise, discard the thoughts that no longer serve it, and hold on only to what is truly essential. This isn't about suppressing your emotions. It's not pretending your problems aren't real. It's about developing the strength to release what doesn't have to follow you into tomorrow. The Stoic approach to mental clarity is not passive. It doesn't rely on distractions, avoidance, or wishful thinking. It's an active, deliberate effort, a practice built on awareness and discipline. There's a precious window, just before sleep, when the mind is still alert, still absorbing. In that moment, the thoughts you allow in are shaping your subconscious. And if you use this time wisely, you can train your mind to release burdens, clear space, and prepare itself for real, restorative rest. But if ignored, those same unresolved thoughts from earlier stressful meetings, sharp words, unfinished tasks will quietly dominate the night. Sleep may come, but it won't refresh you, and you'll wake up feeling just as drained as before. Most people assume that exhaustion comes from long hours or too little sleep. But in truth, the deeper source is often mental clutter, a mind that's overloaded with worries and looping thoughts. Simply doesn't have the energy to recover. It lugs itself from one day to the next, never resetting, never lightening the load. The more your mind carries, the heavier it becomes. And the heavier it becomes, the harder it is to rise each morning feeling clear, strong, and alive. True rest cannot exist where tension is unresolved. The Stoics had a nightly habit simple but powerful. Before sleep, they would reflect on their day, not to criticize themselves or obsess over mistakes, but to bring awareness to their choices, and more importantly, to let go of what no longer needed to be held. They questioned their actions, examined their reactions, and released what they couldn't change. It wasn't just a philosophical exercise. It was a tool, a practice of mental freedom. Without this habit, thoughts begin to pile up like clutter in a crowded home. Eventually, there's no room to move, no room to breathe. An undisciplined mind clings to everything. A careless remark becomes a deep insecurity. A missed deadline turns into shame. A small inconvenience spirals into frustration. Left unchecked, the mind amplifies suffering. It replays painful memories, predicts worst-case scenarios, and fills the stillness of night with noise. It doesn't know how to let go because no one ever taught it that. It could. There is incredible power in making the conscious decision. The day is done. That one thought separates the prisoner of rumination from the master of their own mind. It's the moment you choose not to carry today's weight into the sacred stillness of sleep. It's the understanding that not everything must be solved tonight, and that not every thought deserves a seat at the table of your peace. This is not avoidance. This is strategy. Your mind must be protected. And part of that protection is knowing when to release. Letting go. Truly letting go was never about forgetting. It was about choosing peace. And as we learned, peace begins with the discipline to release what no longer serves us. But here's the truth. Most of what keeps us awake at night isn't the event itself. It's our resistance to it. Stress doesn't come from what happens to us. It comes from our refusal to accept what's already happened. A difficult conversation earlier in the day isn't what keeps someone tossing and turning. It's the refusal to accept that it didn't go well. A mistake made at work isn't what robs us of rest. It's the mind's obsessive replay, trying again and again to undo what's already done. The mind doesn't suffer from experience. It suffers from clinging to it. A trained mind understands this deeply. It knows when to analyze and when to let go. It recognizes that not every thought deserves attention, and not every emotion requires immediate resolution. This is why the Stoics made it a daily discipline to pause, reflect, and filter through the mental clutter. They practiced discarding what didn't matter, and they refused to carry the weight of yesterday into today. More importantly, they never allowed today's struggles to rob them of their peace at night. To detox the mind before sleep is to cleanse it. To take a quiet inventory of the day, acknowledge what needs improvement, and then release it entirely. It's a conscious decision. Before the body rests, the mind must rest too. But this isn't done through force. It's done through awareness. When a thought arises, the goal isn't to fight it or suppress it. You simply notice it, observe it, and let it pass, like clouds drifting across the sky. Releasing the weight of the day is a form of self-respect. It is strength, not weakness. It is the choice to stop letting thoughts run wild, to stop letting emotions hijack the night. Overthinking never fixes problems, it only makes them feel heavier, longer. The Stoics understood this deeply. Peace doesn't come from control, it comes from clarity, from knowing what to hold on to and what to let go of. They trained their minds to be strong not by adding more burdens, but by carrying less. When the mind learns to release, sleep becomes deeper, thoughts become clearer, and the next day begins with strength instead of exhaustion. There is no longer a backlog of half-processed emotions dragging behind you. No more mental weight leaking into the morning. Only clarity, lightness, the ability to meet life with a clear, unburdened mind. Because mental detox is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Without it, the mind becomes a storage unit stuffed with stress, anxiety, and unresolved feelings. Day by day, it builds up until functioning clearly becomes impossible without constant fatigue. The Stoics didn't wait for peace to arrive, they created it. Through practice, through the deliberate, disciplined act of letting go. And every night, before sleep, you have that same opportunity to reset, to refuse to be ruled by thoughts that no longer matter, to reclaim your mind as your own, not a slave to emotion, but a place of order and calm. Because when you make this practice a habit, something remarkable happens. Sleep is no longer just a break, it becomes a transformation. The mind, once caught in endless loops of worry, becomes still. The person who wakes up is no longer dragging yesterday behind them. They rise with a fresh mind, a focused heart, and a new strength they didn't have the night before. The mind is clear, free from the weight of the day, no longer stuck in a cycle of overthinking and emotional noise. But clarity, while powerful, is just the beginning, because an unburdened mind is only halfway prepared for what's next. To grow, it must now learn to reflect. Clarity may free the mind from the weight of the day, but clarity alone is not enough. To truly grow, the next step is reflection. It's one thing to release the burdens of the past, but it's another far more powerful to learn from them, so they don't return disguised in new forms. That's why the Stoics didn't just clear their minds at the end of each day, they refined them. They sat in stillness, not to escape their thoughts, but to meet them face to face. They turned those thoughts over carefully, examined them under the unforgiving light of truth, and measured their actions with a level of honesty most people avoid. And they didn't do this to shame themselves. Not at all. They did it to make sure each day was progress, not just a repetition of yesterday's mistakes. For the Stoics, reflection wasn't indulgence, it was survival. It was discipline, as essential as breath, as necessary as rest. Even Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man of his time, didn't end his day without questioning himself. He didn't assume that wisdom would simply arrive with age or status. He chased it down. He held himself accountable, evaluating how he lived, how he spoke, how he responded to the world around him. Seneca, a man trusted to counsel emperors, believed that a day without reflection was a day wasted. Each evening, he examined his conduct, not to feel guilt but to uncover weakness, to sharpen virtue. Like a blade, being prepared for battle, They understood a timeless truth, one that many still ignore today. A person who refuses to examine their actions will forever be ruled by impulse. They'll stay blind to their own patterns and repeat the same frustrations again and again, blaming fate when it's really undisciplined living that's steering the wheel. Because without self-examination, problems don't disappear, they're simply delayed, deferred, tucked away until they resurface in a new situation, under a different name, wearing a slightly different mask. The same arguments, the same setbacks, the same emotional storms. They keep returning until you finally stop running and face them. But reflection isn't about dwelling on the past. It's not about self-punishment or guilt. It's about purpose. It's about making every mistake matter. Using failure as fuel for growth. The Stoics didn't wallow in regret. They didn't waste time shaming themselves. They believed that every misstep carried a lesson if you were brave enough to look it in the eye. For them, reflection was never self-judgment. It was an opportunity for self-mastery. Most people live on autopilot, reacting, drifting, repeating. Days blur together. Anger flares. Distractions win. Minor annoyances dictate entire moods. And yet, no one pauses to ask, do these reactions align with the person I want to be? Without reflection, growth stalls. Without reflection, the person you were yesterday becomes the same person you are tomorrow, locked in habits you've never stopped to question. But the Stoics refused to live this way. They knew that mastery over life begins with mastery over the self, and mastery over the self. It begins with observation. So before sleep, they made time for silence, not to escape their thoughts but to confront them. They asked, where did I show weakness? Where did I waste time? Where did I act foolishly? But just as importantly, where did I grow today? Where did I make progress? What lessons did this day try to teach me? Because a mind left unexamined becomes its own worst enemy. It builds illusions that feelings are facts, that inconvenience is injustice, that failure is final, that happiness depends on things outside our control. And yet, all of that changes the moment we choose to observe, to reflect, to grow. True reflection, as we've seen, isn't about judgment, it's about growth. And the Stoics understood that growth doesn't come from comfort. It comes from the courage to face ourselves with honesty. A mind that isn't trained will always blame the world. It will cling to illusions. But a mind that learns to question itself, that mind becomes powerful. It learns to see through deception, especially the kind we create for ourselves. It begins to recognize when pride is distorting the truth, when fear is quietly holding us back, when excuses have silently replaced effort. This kind of discipline doesn't come easily. Self-interrogation is not comfortable. It demands a brutal level of honesty that most people spend their entire lives avoiding. It forces you to look at your own weaknesses without defense, without distraction, without justification. But that discomfort, that's what builds strength. Because the ability to see yourself clearly is the foundation of true inner power. A person who no longer lies to themselves cannot be manipulated by anyone else. A person who holds themselves accountable doesn't live in fear of judgment, because they've already done the work of judgment within. And someone focused on constant self-improvement has no room left for envy, because they're too busy working on their own growth to measure it against others. Most people seek solutions outside themselves. They point fingers at their past, their upbringing, their circumstances, other people, even luck. But the Stoics, they turned inward. They didn't ask, "Is life fair?" They asked, "Did I respond well?" They didn't ask, "Why did this obstacle show up?" They asked, "How can I use this to grow?" And every night, they faced their own failures, not to dwell on them, but to make sure they would never be repeated. Of course, the mind resists this kind of honesty. It prefers comfort. It clings to the idea that mistakes were unavoidable, that emotional outbursts were justified, that the problem lies outside our control. But someone who truly wants to grow can't afford that way of thinking. Because strength is forged in discomfort, progress is born in truth, and a mind that refuses to examine itself will always remain fragile, reactive, weak, and vulnerable to the same patterns day after day. Marcus Aurelius understood this better than anyone. Even as emperor, he carved out time each night to reflect, not because he was immune to temptation, indulgence, or arrogance, but because he knew that without constant self-discipline, he would fall like so many rulers before him. He didn't see power in ruling others. He saw it in ruling himself. So he put his thoughts on trial. He questioned whether he had lived according to his principles, whether he had allowed his ego to speak louder than reason, whether he had stayed true to his inner code. Seneca, too, practiced this rigorously each night. He would mentally replay his day moment by moment, searching for where he could have responded with more patience, more wisdom, more restraint, not out of guilt, not out of self-hatred, but out of self-respect. Because he believed the highest form of respect one can show oneself is the commitment to be better than yesterday. For them, reflection wasn't a chore. It wasn't punishment. It was the price of self-mastery. Yet most people today can't sit in silence for more than a few moments. They seek distractions, noise, entertainment, anything to avoid being alone with their thoughts. But silence is where clarity is born. Reflection is where wisdom grows, and self-interrogation, that deep, uncomfortable honesty, is where real character is built. A person who cannot face themselves with honesty will never break free from the patterns that hold them back. The Stoics knew this, and that's why they believed there was no greater responsibility than the one we carry for our own character. Reflection, as we've seen, is not punishment, it's power. But reflection without discipline, without action, is like insight left unused. The Stoics knew this well. Transformation isn't passive, because life does not improve by chance. It improves through conscious effort, daily discipline, and the intentional decision to refine your thoughts and actions. Without self-examination, time slips away unnoticed. Mistakes become habits, weaknesses harden into identity, and life, it becomes a repeating loop of the same frustrations, the same disappointments, over and over without ever understanding why. But self-interrogation is not about reliving failure. It's about making sure that failure has a purpose. It's not about punishing yourself for the past. It's about learning from it, pulling out the lessons that will stop it from happening again. It's not about self-judgment. It's about self-mastery. Those who take even a few quiet moments to reflect each night wake up with a deeper sense of control. They begin the day not in confusion, but with clarity, not in fear, but in calm. They don't stumble through life making the same mistakes and wondering why nothing changes. They change because they've made change a habit. They grow because they choose to look, even when it's uncomfortable. They develop discipline because they refuse to let their lives be dictated by momentary impulses. So each night, before they close their eyes, They don't try to escape their thoughts. They confront them, not to relive the day's burdens, but to build something stronger for tomorrow. This is the quiet, steady discipline of reflection. This is the path to mastery. And this is why those who practice it don't just survive, they grow. Self-reflection sharpens the mind. It reveals the patterns, the small habits, the repeated thoughts, the unspoken triggers that would otherwise stay hidden. But even the most focused reflection has a limit, because without emotional release, even the sharpest awareness becomes exhausting. Awareness without letting go turns into a burden. To see yourself clearly is essential, but to carry everything you see, that becomes weight, heavy, unnecessary. Self-mastery isn't just recognizing your flaws. It's knowing when to let them go. The mind, left unchecked, clings. It replays a careless comment from hours ago. It obsesses over a mistake made at work even when nothing can be done to change it. Unfinished conversations, unresolved emotions, future worries one by one, they stack up. And soon, rest doesn't feel like rest at all. It feels like a continuation of stress. But detachment? That's the key. Detachment isn't about ignoring your emotions. It's not pretending your thoughts don't exist. It's about knowing that you don't have to follow every feeling. You don't have to believe every thought. Because a mind that never lets go becomes restless. It creates a feedback loop of tension, dragging today's stress into tomorrow's life. The ability to step back to observe without being swallowed up is what separates those who own their emotions from those who are owned by them. Most people don't realize just how deeply their emotional state before sleep shapes their subconscious. But those final moments of wakefulness, they matter, because what you feel lasts, whether it's tension, regret, or worry, becomes the script your brain continues to run throughout the night. Earlier, we saw how the final emotions you carry into sleep shape your night and your morning. But what's equally important is how those emotions are released, or not. Because a mind still at war with itself cannot rest deeply. Your energy, your clarity, your mood upon waking, they're all affected by one thing: whether or not you were able to decompress emotionally before sleep. Emotional decompression isn't accidental. It's an intentional act, a deliberate effort to create space between you and the emotions that try to control you. The Stoics understood this intimately. They knew that clinging to emotions only deepens suffering. They believed that stress, more often than not, is self-inflicted, not by external events, but by our refusal to let those events go. So they practiced something few people today do: emotional detachment. This didn't mean they became cold or numb. It meant they experienced their feelings fully, but they didn't allow those feelings to enslave them. Training the mind to detach begins with a simple truth: emotions are temporary. Even the strongest feelings, anger, grief, shame, eventually pass, but only if we don't keep feeding them. The mind clings to emotion because it believes that by holding on, it maintains control. But here's the paradox: attachment doesn't bring control. It strips it away. Letting go isn't weakness. It's strength. It's the quiet declaration that you decide what occupies your mind, not fleeting emotions. The trap is easy to fall into: a small frustration, an awkward moment. A single word from someone can feel monumental, not because the event itself is overwhelming, but because the mind replays it again and again, magnifying its weight. But the moment you learn to step back to recognize that this feeling is just a feeling, not a life sentence, everything begins to shift. The Stoics didn't suppress emotions. They observed them, they named them, and then they watched them pass, refusing to let those emotions define their state of mind. Detachment, as they practiced it, was not apathy. It wasn't about becoming emotionless. It was about discipline over impulse, knowing when to lean in and when to step back. Because not every emotion needs to be resolved tonight. Not every problem needs an answer before you rest. In fact, some of the wisest decisions are born from waiting, allowing the storm of feeling to pass before you respond. The Stoics knew that delayed reaction often leads to greater peace. What keeps most people awake at night isn't their reality. It's their interpretation of it. Worry thrives in exaggeration. The mind takes something small and makes it enormous. A restless night spent tangled in emotion doesn't shrink your problems. It makes them feel even bigger. But there's a way out. By stepping back, by acknowledging an emotion without becoming consumed by it, you stop the spiral. To say, this feeling exists, but I don't have to hold on to it. That is one of the most powerful habits you can ever develop. And the more you practice this mental distancing, the easier it becomes. You begin to move through emotion instead of being trapped by it. Letting go before sleep isn't a luxury. It's mental training. Just as the body needs to unwind and release physical tension, the mind must also be taught how to let go. A calm mind doesn't appear by magic. It must be cultivated. At first, the mind will resist, especially if it has spent years holding on, overanalyzing, gripping every emotion with both hands. Stillness will feel unfamiliar, maybe even uncomfortable. But over time, with repetition and intention, the ability to detach becomes second nature. As we saw earlier, the ability to detach doesn't happen overnight. It becomes second nature through repetition. But here's the catch. The mind often confuses holding on with taking action. Worry, in particular, can feel productive. It gives the illusion that we're solving something, thinking it through, staying prepared. But in truth, most of the worries that surface just before sleep can't be solved in that moment. They can't be fixed or resolved at 2 a.m. All they can do is steal your rest. And what does that cost you? The energy and clarity you will desperately need the next day to actually handle those challenges. The Stoics saw this clearly. Worrying about something you cannot change in the present is a form of self-inflicted suffering. That's why training the mind to detach includes learning to set boundaries, limits on how much attention and space we give to emotions. There's a time to reflect, a time to feel, a time to process. And then there's a time to let go. Reflection without release leads to mental exhaustion. Letting go without reflection becomes avoidance. Balance lies in knowing when you've thought enough and when it's time to put it down. This kind of emotional distance before sleep does more than just help you rest. It strengthens your discipline, because the ability to regulate your own mind at night becomes a skill that carries over into every moment of your life. Think about it. A person who can choose when to engage with emotion and when to step back is far less likely to be thrown off by life's chaos. This mental control creates stability. It keeps emotional turbulence from taking over your actions, decisions, and reactions. And here's the deeper benefit. Detaching before sleep transforms how emotions are experienced. During the day, a mind trained to let go does not stockpile resentment. It doesn't carry emotional leftovers from one moment into the next. Frustrations don't build. The nervous system isn't kept in a state of tension. The mind and body remain balanced, reducing anxiety, lightening stress, Letting go is not denial. It's not ignoring reality. It's accepting reality without resistance. The mind instinctively clings to what it wants to change, believing that struggle will force a different outcome. But most situations don't need more struggle. They need a shift in perspective. When emotion is released, clarity takes its place, and emotional decompression. It's not just about better sleep. It's about mental strength, the kind of strength that transforms how you live. Because the more you learn to let go before bed, the easier it becomes to let go during the day. That same skill, the one that allows you to release frustration in the silence of night, is the one that helps you stay calm during a tense conversation. Remain patient when plans fall apart, and silence anxiety when the future feels uncertain. Training the mind to release is not passive. It's not weakness. It's an act of strength, of discipline. It's the choice to not be controlled by thoughts that serve no purpose. It's the commitment to keeping the mind clear, light, and free. The Stoics mastered this not because they didn't feel emotions, but because they understood one key truth. Emotions are meant to be observed, not obeyed. And each night, you have a chance to practice this discipline. The decision to detach doesn't happen in one grand moment. It happens in dozens of small ones. Choosing not to replay that awkward conversation. Choosing not to follow a thought into a spiral. Choosing to pause instead of overanalyze. These tiny acts of detachment are what build a stronger, calmer mind. And over time, the person who learns to let go before sleep doesn't just rest better, they live better. They move through life with clarity instead of confusion, with focus instead of distraction, and with peace instead of chaos. We've seen how letting go before sleep brings clarity, but release alone is not enough. Because once the weight is dropped, the next question is, what will you carry in its place? The real training happens each night in those quiet moments before sleep, when everything slows down, when the mind is left with a choice to carry the noise of the day into tomorrow, or to release it and wake up stronger. Letting go clears the mind, no doubt. It removes the excess, the unresolved emotions, the lingering worries, the unnecessary tension. But detachment, while powerful, is only half the equation. Because the mind isn't meant to be left empty. It's meant to be shaped, trained. What enters the subconscious in the final minutes before sleep has an enormous influence. It sets the tone for your reactions, your thoughts, even your perception the following day. A mind left unchecked will absorb whatever is loudest: fear, stress, regret, regardless of whether it's useful or destructive. But a mind that's deliberately shaped with repetition and intention can carry clarity, calm, and quiet strength into both sleep and waking life. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that mental training isn't something you start during a crisis. You prepare long before the challenge arrives. Strength is not forged in the fire of chaos, it's forged in preparation for it. And the subconscious? It's always watching, always learning. Every thought you repeat before bed, every emotion you hold on to, every belief you reinforce, it all sinks into the deeper layers of your mind, shaping how you see the world and how you respond to it. This is the true power behind Stoic mantras, because thoughts repeated with intention become the framework of your mind. They become the filter through which everything is processed. Most people don't realize their subconscious is being trained every night. They lie in bed looping through anxiety, guilt, or doubt, never knowing those very thoughts are becoming embedded. The mind does not rest in neutrality. It absorbs whatever you give it. So if you give it chaos, fear, or bitterness, those seeds grow. But if you give it discipline, strength, and truth, those begin to take root instead. The mind is a field, and it grows what is planted, whether intentionally or carelessly. This is why Stoic mantras are so powerful. Not because they're magical, not because they're positive slogans meant to trick you, but because they reaffirm what's already true, the strength that's already within you. But often forgotten. Clarity exists, but it must be maintained. Resilience lives inside you, but it must be trained. The ability to remain calm and unshaken, it's possible, but it takes practice. Stoic mantras offer a way to direct your subconscious before sleep toward thoughts that build rather than break you. They create mental habits that work for you, not against you. And it's not just ancient wisdom saying so. Modern psychology confirms it. The brain is constantly building neural pathways based on repeated thoughts. The more often a thought is repeated, the stronger and faster its signal becomes. This is why unchecked worries grow louder. They've been rehearsed, replayed, reinforced. But the same mechanism that makes negative thinking powerful can be used to build mental strength. By consciously choosing what thoughts to repeat before sleep, the mind can be reshaped. Over time, it learns to respond with clarity, not confusion. With confidence, not insecurity. With focus, not distraction. The Stoics didn't wait for motivation. They didn't rely on fleeting inspiration. They built internal systems. They cultivated habits of thought, the kind that would hold up under pressure. As we explored earlier, the thoughts you repeat before sleep shape the very framework of your mind. The Stoics knew this, and they used it with precision, not to escape life, but to be ready for it. They trained their minds to act with strength no matter how they felt. They didn't rely on motivation. They didn't wait for the perfect mood. They returned again and again to their core principles. In calm, in chaos, in victory, in loss. They repeated truths not because they doubted them, but because repetition made them real. It deepened understanding, the same way a warrior sharpens a blade, not because the blade is dull, but because it must be ready at all times. They sharpened their minds daily, because a dull mind is just as dangerous as a dull weapon. Before sleep, the mind enters a receptive state. The defenses of conscious thought drop, resistance fades, and the subconscious opens. This is the moment of greatest influence. The thoughts you entertain just before drifting off, those are the ones that sink deepest. They shape your automatic responses, your beliefs, your habits. The Stoics understood this, and they used it. They didn't wait for adversity to build discipline. They trained discipline in advance, so it was already there when difficulty struck. They reminded themselves of impermanence long before loss came, so when it did, they weren't destroyed by it. They rehearsed principles of virtue and logic so that when emotion threatened to take over, reason was already in place. But the modern mind, it's often unguarded instead of conscious reflection. The last thoughts before sleep are too often dictated by noise, scrolling social media, watching breaking news, reliving unfinished arguments, absorbing content that has no purpose. These random inputs shape the subconscious, but rarely in a helpful way. Without discipline, the mind absorbs whatever it's given, whether or not it serves your values, your goals, or your well-being. The Stoics knew this, and they refused to let Chance dictate their mental landscape. They took control of what they fed their minds, especially at night. They made sure the last thoughts of the day aligned with strength, clarity, and truth. Training the subconscious before sleep doesn't require complexity. It doesn't demand hours of meditation or elaborate rituals. It requires consistency. One single phrase repeated with intention can be more powerful than 1,000 scattered thoughts. The goal of a Stoic mantra is not to introduce something new. It's to anchor what you already know but often forget. You already know that emotions shouldn't rule you, but you must remind yourself again and again until it becomes second nature. You already know that worry changes nothing. But unless this truth is carved deeply into your thinking, worry will return again and again. You already know that you can't control everything, but without practice, your mind will continue to cling to outcomes. The mind is shaped by repetition. That's why the Stoics surrounded themselves with wisdom. They didn't just read a powerful idea once, they returned to it daily. They reread the same texts. They discussed the same principles. They reflected on the same truths. Because they knew this, understanding something once is not enough. A mind left unattended will drift back to weakness, back to chaos. Strength must be reinforced. Every night, they took that opportunity to carve deeper grooves of resilience, to ensure that when difficulty came, they didn't have to rely on momentary willpower. They relied on something far more reliable, a trained mind. Because Stoic mantras aren't about denying reality. They're about aligning your perception with what is real. And they don't promise that hardship won't come. In the last section, we saw how Stoic mantras align perception with reality, not by denying hardship, but by preparing the mind to meet it with strength. Now, we go one step deeper, not just preparing for struggle, but transforming through it. Mantras don't erase pain. They remind the mind that pain is temporary, that it does not define your strength, your identity, or your future. They don't eliminate struggle, but they create a mindset that turns struggle into fuel, into opportunity, into growth. Repetition is the key, just as muscle memory is built through repeated physical movement. Mental habits are shaped through repeated thought. The Stoics didn't wait for the storm to start practicing resilience. They didn't hope they would remember their principles when life got hard. They engraved them into the subconscious. So when challenges arrived, they didn't need to go searching for wisdom. It was already there, ready to act. That's the quiet power of subconscious training. It continues to work, even when you're not consciously focused. A person who repeats grounding thoughts before sleep doesn't need to force themselves to stay calm the next day. The calm comes naturally because the mind has already been conditioned to respond that way. Someone who reminds themselves, night after night, that external events don't control inner peace will slowly find that they're less shaken by circumstances. Not because they tried harder in the moment, but because they trained deeper before the moment. The person who plants the belief that struggle leads to growth will begin to see challenges through a new lens without needing to convince themselves. When life gets messy, because strength is not summoned out of nowhere, it is not built in chaos. It is built in calm. So why do most people struggle with discipline, resilience, and focus? Because they try to rely on willpower alone. But willpower is fleeting. It rises and falls with emotion, energy, and environment. The subconscious, however, is always present, and if it's been trained properly, it will hold the line even when your conscious mind is tired, distracted, or overwhelmed. The key to reshaping thought patterns is consistency. The mind reflects what it is given most often. If it's given stress, overanalysis, and fear, those will grow stronger. But if it's given discipline, wisdom, and clarity, those become the dominant voice. The Stoics knew that mental strength isn't won in grand battles. It's forged in small moments, in the quiet before sleep, in the whispers we tell ourselves, in the truths we choose to repeat. By taking control of these moments, choosing what the subconscious absorbs, the mind is transformed. Weakness gives way to resilience. Doubt is replaced by certainty. Fear becomes quiet acceptance. Each night, you are given that opportunity to shape not just your next morning, but the entire direction of your life. This is the power of intentional repetition. This is the discipline of mental conditioning. This is the Stoic path to true, unshakable resilience. The subconscious mind absorbs whatever it's given. The thoughts repeated before sleep, the emotions left unresolved, the beliefs that are reinforced. These are the materials the mind uses to build itself. And this process, it doesn't stop when the sun rises. Because just as the way you fall asleep matters, so does the way you wake up. A strong mind isn't a random gift. It's not luck. It's built brick by brick through small acts of consistency and intention. Not only in the quiet before rest, but also in the first light of a new day. As we've just seen, the way you shape your thoughts before sleep lays the groundwork for mental resilience. But the process doesn't end there. It continues the moment you wake up. The Stoics understood this well. They didn't allow the mind to wander aimlessly from night into day. They took command both of how they entered rest and how they returned to the world. Because they knew a person who wakes up with clarity and purpose has already won half the battle before their feet even touch the ground. But what about most people? They begin their day in reaction. The mind jolts awake instantly, overwhelmed by to-do lists, notifications, leftover emotions from the day before. Stress floods in before a single breath of stillness. The Stoics would have called this a missed opportunity, because the first few moments of wakefulness shape everything that follows. If your mind begins in disorder, that disorder bleeds into your decisions, your interactions, your ability to handle pressure. But if your mind begins in strength, that strength becomes the invisible thread that holds your day together. The discipline of waking with intention isn't just about building a morning routine. It's about training the mind to rise with awareness, instead of being dragged by chaos. The Stoics approached the transition from sleep to wakefulness with precision. They understood that the first moments of the day are not neutral, they're pivotal. They determine how you'll think, feel, and act. A person who wakes up confused will chase clarity all day. A person who wakes up complaining will find problems everywhere they look. And a person who wakes up with no purpose, they drift, easily distracted, easily thrown off course. But a person who rises with clarity grounded in their values, focused on what matters, becomes unshakable. And here's something important to remember. Waking up stronger doesn't begin in the morning. It begins the night before. You can't expect to rise with a calm, focused mind if you went to sleep in a storm of chaos. A disciplined night is what prepares you for a disciplined morning. The Stoics didn't leave this to chance. They made sure their final thoughts before sleep were infused with wisdom, calm, and resilience, so that their first thoughts upon waking would naturally follow in alignment. Because strength doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's not gifted by luck or good sleep alone. It is cultivated with intention and repetition. There's a common misunderstanding that how we wake up depends solely on sleep quality. While rest is essential, the mental framework you carry into sleep is just as important. A restless mind cannot wake up rested. A mind burdened by tension won't wake up light. The state you wake in reflects the final thoughts that echoed through your mind the night before. If you went to sleep stewing in stress, your brain will pick up right where it left off. But if you ended your night anchored in discipline and clarity, you'll rise already aligned with those qualities. The Stoics weren't chasing motivation. They didn't wait for inspiration to carry them through their day. They relied on preparation. Because they knew something crucial. Willpower is unreliable if it hasn't been trained. A person who wakes up hoping to feel strong will often be disappointed. But a person who prepared their mind for strength the night before doesn't need to rely on fleeting emotion. This is the difference between those who move through life with purpose and those who are constantly pushed around by their own thoughts. As we've seen, the Stoics didn't leave their mornings to chance because how you begin the day reflects how you've trained your mind the night before. And that training, it continues quietly but powerfully while you sleep. The process of strengthening willpower overnight is subtle, but make no mistake, it's profoundly powerful. It's not about forcing the mind into rigidity. It's not about perfection. It's about making small, consistent choices, ones that quietly reinforce strength over weakness, clarity over confusion. The thoughts you entertain before bed matter. They must align with the values you want guiding you the next day. The emotions you choose to release before sleep. They must be let go fully so they don't fog your focus in the morning. And the lessons you reflect on, they must become more than insights. They must become intentions. A disciplined mind doesn't wake up resisting the day. It doesn't hesitate. It doesn't seek excuses. And it certainly doesn't fall into self-pity. It wakes up already aligned, already committed to the path it chose the night before. Most people struggle in the morning, not because they're physically tired, but because they wake up without direction. They have no clear why behind their discipline, no inner anchor to return to. But the Stoics made sure that reason was always in place. They didn't allow their minds to start the day in aimless reaction. They began with intention. Every time. And here's the truth. This kind of mental training isn't complicated, but it does require consistency. The more often your mind is directed toward discipline before sleep, the more naturally it falls into discipline upon waking. The more often willpower is rehearsed in quiet moments, the less effort it takes to activate it when real challenges arise. The Stoics didn't wait for life to get hard to build strength. They didn't wait for crisis to find clarity. They conditioned themselves every day so that when life tested them, resilience was already present. Most people treat mornings as a time to react to whatever the world throws at them. The Stoics saw it differently. To them, morning was the launchpad of the day, an opportunity to choose the direction before the world could pull them off course. Because those first few thoughts, those first few choices, they shape everything. You either begin the day in command or you surrender it to distraction and emotion. The battle is won or lost in the first few moments. A mind that has been trained in the stillness of night will wake up prepared, ready, focused, unshaken. Waking up stronger isn't luck. It's not about waking up in a good mood. It's not about waiting for perfect circumstances. It's a decision made each night before bed and reaffirmed with the first breath of a new day. The Stoics understood something most people overlook. How a person begins their day is not separate from how they live their life. A person who starts their day in confusion will chase clarity all day. A person who begins with excuses will likely carry those excuses into every choice. But a person who starts with purpose, they bring that purpose into everything they do. The difference between those who live with strength and those who are ruled by impulse is found in small habits, repeated with intention. The discipline of how the mind is conditioned before sleep and how it is directed upon waking determines the course of everything that follows. The Stoics made sure of this. Their nights prepared them for their mornings, and their mornings prepared them for their lives. No complexity, no grand rituals, just simple, repeated choices until they become second nature. So choose your final thoughts before sleep with care, and choose your first thoughts upon waking with clarity. As we discussed, the way you start your day is shaped by how you ended the one before. But what matters just as much is what happens in the very first moments of waking. Those moments must not be left to chance. The mind must be guided before external distractions have a chance to hijack your thoughts. Because a person who takes command of those early moments is a person who takes command of their entire life. Yet most people underestimate this transition from sleep to wakefulness. They assume their mindset in the morning is something that simply happens, not something that's crafted. But the truth is, the mind is always absorbing, always learning, and if it's not trained with intention, it will default to whatever influences are strongest, whether those influences are useful or not. The Stoics refused to let that process go unmanaged. They made sure that when they woke, they were already prepared to meet the day not with comfort, but with strength. This practice was never about waking up in a good mood. It wasn't about seeking ease or pleasure. It was about being ready regardless of how they felt, because strength isn't about comfort, it's about control. A trained mind doesn't need a motivational quote to act. It doesn't wait for inspiration to strike. It doesn't search for permission or reassurance. It simply wakes up and moves forward. This is where the line is drawn between those who drift and those who lead, between those who float through life and those who shape their path on purpose. It's all in those first thoughts. The first thoughts of the day either reinforce discipline or they allow hesitation, weakness, and emotional noise to take hold. The Stoics knew that how they woke up mattered just as much as how they fell asleep. A strong mind is not built overnight. It's built in quiet, repeated choices, the kind of choices most people overlook. Each morning reflects the night before. A disciplined night creates a focused morning. A focused morning creates a day lived with intention. And a day lived with intention builds a life that is calm, clear, and unshakable. The process is simple, but it requires follow-through. The mind must be guided. The first thoughts must be chosen. The internal direction must be set before the world has the chance to pull you off course. This is how a life of purpose is built. This is how the Stoics made sure every day began as a step toward mastery, not a step backward into distraction and disorder. Each day begins with a choice, but that choice is shaped long before the alarm goes off. Waking up strong is not random. It's the result of deliberate mental preparation. A mind that is cleared before sleep wakes with focus. A mind that is burdened wakes with hesitation. The Stoics understood this cycle and they honored it. Each night, they made sure their final thoughts were aligned with clarity, purpose, and resilience. Not fear, worry, or emotional clutter. But, above all, there was one practice that kept their minds sharp-focused, fearless, and urgent: the contemplation of mortality. Most people avoid the thought of death. The very idea of endings makes them uncomfortable, so they push it aside. Until one day, it can't be ignored. The Stoics did the opposite. They didn't fear death. They embraced it not as a source of dread, but as a tool for clarity. Each night, they reminded themselves, time is not endless. Life is a fleeting gift, and nothing is promised beyond this present moment. They didn't see this as cause for despair. They saw it as the greatest reason of all to live with urgency, with discipline, and with appreciation. The phrase memento mori, remember that you will die, was not a grim warning to them. It was something else entirely. We ended the last section with the Stoic reflection on death not as a grim warning, but as a path to clarity. Now we see the heart of that practice. Memento mori was never meant to instill fear. It was meant to remove it. To those who live in denial of their own mortality, time feels endless. They waste it casually, as if it will always be replenished. They delay decisions, as if there will always be another chance. They let regret accumulate, and life slips by not lived, but postponed. But to those who face death with open eyes, every moment matters. There's no room for petty worries, no space for hesitation, only one piercing question: if this were my last day, did I live it well? The Stoics didn't contemplate death to dwell on endings. They did it to sharpen their awareness of what truly matters. Because when you remember how little time is promised, the trivial frustrations of the day lose their grip. The anxiety that once felt so pressing suddenly fades into perspective. You realize none of it lasts. So what remains? The way you lived, the choices you made, the love you gave, the character you upheld. Seneca, one of the wisest Stoic voices, advised treating each night as if it might be the last, not recklessly, but intentionally, to live so that nothing is left unsaid, nothing important is left undone, nothing meaningful is left unresolved. He warned of the danger in always preparing to live, because those who are always preparing never truly do. They wait for the right mood, the perfect timing, the guaranteed tomorrow. But life offers no such guarantees. Instead, Seneca urged us to view each day as a complete story, its own chapter, to make peace with what unfolded, and to accept with calm resolve that if life ended that night, it would end without regret. This mindset changes everything. The small arguments, no longer worth taking to bed. The grudges, they appear for what they are: heavy, needless weights. The fear of failure, the avoidance of discomfort, the hesitation to speak truth, these lose their power when you remember death is certain and time is not. Contemplating mortality doesn't weaken your will to live, it strengthens it. It amplifies gratitude. It sharpens focus. It deepens presence. The last time you do something is always the most sacred. The last words spoken to someone you love carry immeasurable weight. The last sunrise you see becomes a masterpiece, and the truth is any moment could be the last. There is no warning. The only certainty is that it will come. But to the Stoics, that wasn't morbid. It was liberating. The fears that haunt most people at night, fear of failure, judgment, discomfort, shrink in the face of mortality. The hesitation to pursue your purpose, the insecurity that keeps you frozen, the endless cycle of waiting for the right time, all of it dissolves when you see life through the lens of impermanence. Because the right time is always now. There is nothing beyond now that's guaranteed. To live this mindset daily, The Stoics embraced small but powerful habits. Each night, they would ask themselves, if I do not wake tomorrow, am I at peace with how I lived today? If the answer was no, they didn't ignore it. They reflected. They asked what needed to change. They acknowledged that every interaction could be the last dot, and so they withheld no kindness. They left no gratitude unspoken. They lived not someday, but now, as we saw in the last section. The Stoics ended each day with one guiding truth. Death was inevitable, but how they lived was their choice. And with that awareness, they lived on purpose. They accepted that external events were beyond their control, fate, circumstances, the behavior of others. But how they met each day, that was theirs entirely. Here lies the great paradox of memento mori. Thinking about death doesn't make life heavier. It makes it lighter. When you truly understand that life is fleeting, the clutter falls away, stress shrinks, overthinking loses its grip, and the small worries that once consumed you fade into the background. What's left? The only thing that ever really mattered. How you choose to live. Those who live with the awareness of mortality don't waste time chasing approval. They don't avoid discomfort. They don't delay what needs to be said or done. They act. They speak truth. They live without the illusion that there will always be later. Even Marcus Aurelius, emperor of Rome, ruler of a vast empire, reflected on death every night. He reminded himself that power, wealth, and recognition meant nothing when faced with the inevitable. He understood that titles fade, achievements are forgotten, and only one thing endures: virtue, the way one lives. This perspective freed him from arrogance, from attachment, from the trap of chasing things that don't hold lasting value. He didn't live for applause. He lived by principle, not for ambition, but for wisdom. This way of thinking simplifies life. It strips away what doesn't matter. It reduces hesitation, increases action, and silences the fear of judgment. Because at the end of life, the deepest regrets are rarely about things done. They're about things left undone, the conversations never had, the gratitude never expressed, the chances never taken. Memento mori removes those regrets by making sure you live each day as if it could be your last. The greatest mistake we can make is assuming there will always be more time. That false assumption leads to complacency. It leads to neglected relationships, postponed dreams, and unfinished intentions. But the Stoics trained themselves to think differently. They didn't live with anxiety about the future. They lived with clarity in the present. If they woke up, it was a gift. If they didn't, they had already made peace with how they had lived. That mindset ensures that no day is wasted on triviality. No night is spent tangled in unresolved tension, and no moment is taken for granted. And the best part? You don't need to overhaul your life to adopt this mindset. It begins with a simple shift in awareness. The willingness to ask, if this were the last time I saw this person, how would I treat them? Reshapes your relationships. The question, if today were my last, would I be satisfied with how I lived it? Erases procrastination. It kills hesitation. Because there is no escaping the truth. Life will end. But what we can control is how we choose to live while we're here. Those who deny death spend their time fearing it. Those who accept it waste no time at all. The greatest power is not in controlling how long we live, but in deciding how fully we use the time we're given. Memento mori is not a call to dwell on death. It's a call to embrace life without illusion, without denial, and without regret. A person who practices this nightly does not wake up the same. They rise with urgency, with purpose, with deep, unshakable gratitude. They no longer seek approval. They don't chase empty distractions, because they know what matters, and more importantly, they know that time is precious. As we just explored, memento mori sharpens our awareness and inspires us to live with purpose. But to truly rest in peace, not just metaphorically, but literally, requires more than just remembering death. It requires mastering the inner stillness that allows the mind to release what it cannot control. Those who embrace the value of time know that every moment spent with intention is a quiet victory. They are not ruled by fear. They are guided by clarity. They live each day as if it were both their first and their last, leaving nothing unsaid, nothing undone, and nothing to regret. This awareness of mortality clears the mental fog. It wipes away the distractions, the superficial worries, and the false urgencies. A person who understands how fragile life truly is doesn't waste time in emotional chaos or on trivial drama. But knowing life is short is only the beginning. To live without regret is one thing. To sleep without disturbance, that's something else entirely. Why? Because entering rest in a state of peace requires deeper mastery. And that mastery is called apatheia. Apatheia, the Stoic state of emotional equilibrium, is not about being numb or cold. It's not indifference. It's discipline. It is the ability to stay composed when the world outside is in chaos. It's the freedom to feel emotion without being owned by it. To experience life fully, joy, pain, failure, success, and yet not be shaken by it. While most people lie awake, replaying conversations, nursing regrets, or worrying about tomorrow, those who practice apatheia close their eyes without burden. They do not carry the day into the night. They do not let one restless thought take root and spiral. They understand a simple truth. The mind, if left unchecked, becomes a machine of repetition, clinging to what hurt, obsessing over what's gone, and fearing what hasn't even happened. But with training, that same mind can be freed. Because here's the hard truth. The human brain is reactive by nature. It clings to conflict. It loops anger. It fixates on mistakes and rehearses future problems that don't yet exist. And if that reactivity is not addressed before sleep, it doesn't stop. The body might lie still, but the mind keeps running. This is where apatheia steps in. Its purpose is to break the cycle, so when the body rests, the mind rests too. The Stoics didn't battle their emotions with brute force. They didn't pretend nothing bothered them. They simply observed emotions clearly, without panic, without resistance. And in doing so, the emotions lost their power. Because what you resist persists. But what you observe with calm detachment, it passes like a cloud. Most people struggle to sleep not because of what happened that day, but because they haven't learned how to let it go. They hold onto anger or sadness, thinking, if I don't work through this now, I'll lose control. But control doesn't come from clinging. It comes from release. Letting go is not a weakness. It is the strongest act of all. The discipline to release tension before bed, to set down the burdens of disappointment, worry, or regret is a form of mastery that few pursue. It requires trust. Trust that emotions are temporary. Trust that no amount of thought will change what's already done. A person who masters apatheia doesn't deny their emotions. They simply don't let those emotions define their inner state. They don't suppress how they feel. They don't force themselves to be happy. They just recognize this simple truth. This emotion is passing. It does not own me. That, in itself, is freedom. And this approach to detachment isn't escapism. It's not about avoiding life. It's about seeing it clearly without distortion, without drama, without unnecessary weight, building on the power of apatheia. We now arrive at one of the Stoics' deepest realizations. What disturbs the mind is often self-inflicted. The world outside does not have the ability to shake our inner peace unless we grant it that power. A careless comment, a task left incomplete, an unresolved argument. These things only disturb us because we assign meaning to them. To the Stoics, events were neutral. It's not what happened, but what we think it meant that keeps us awake. They trained themselves to pull back that projection, to see clearly, to ask, is this worth my peace? And more often than not, the answer was no. One of the greatest sources of mental unrest before bed is attachment, especially attachment to outcomes. The mind replays what should have happened. It spirals around what could have been said. It projects what might go wrong tomorrow. But Stoics knew that should and could are illusions. They are traps. They pull the mind into battles that cannot be won because they're not based in reality. The truth. Reality simply is. And resisting that reality only deepens our suffering. Peace, then, comes not from changing the past or controlling the future, but from accepting the present moment as it is. A person who practices apatheia before sleep does not argue with yesterday or fear tomorrow. They accept, they release, and they rest. Because unresolved tension doesn't disappear when we close our eyes. It lingers. It seeps into our dreams. It turns into nightmares, insomnia, or restless tossing in the dark. The subconscious mind continues processing what the conscious mind refuses to let go of. But when the mind is trained, when it has learned to detach, to observe without clinging, the subconscious can finally rest too. It no longer needs to fight through the night. This state of mental stillness doesn't happen by accident. It takes work. Just like the body must be trained for physical strength, the mind must be trained for emotional control. The practice of apatheia is not about suppressing thoughts. It's about understanding them. The Stoics knew that an untrained mind will always seek something to fixate on. A mistake, a fear, a memory. But fixation is a choice. The mind doesn't need to chase every emotion or entertain every thought. It can be guided. It can be trained to return to stillness. Why do most people struggle with detachment? Because they believe their thoughts are facts. They confuse emotion with truth. But thoughts are not reality. They're fleeting. They're often irrational. And they are rarely worth clinging to. The Stoics developed a nightly habit of stepping back from their thoughts, questioning every emotion before accepting it as real. This practice, repeated over time, creates something powerful, true rest. When a thought arises, you can notice it without following it. When a feeling emerges, you can feel it without feeding it. This is the essence of apatheia, to witness rather than react. To respond with discipline rather than be ruled by impulse. It is not emotional suppression, it is emotional clarity. It's the ability to experience without being consumed. This state doesn't come naturally. It is cultivated. It is forged in quiet, consistent moments, especially before sleep. And the more often it's reinforced at night, the more resilient the mind becomes by day. Because someone who masters non-reactivity under the covers, in silence, in stillness, will carry that same power into every conversation, challenge, and crisis. Most people make the mistake of believing emotions must be obeyed, that reactions are automatic. But emotions are not commands, they are suggestions. They arise, they present themselves, but you decide whether to follow. And the Stoics chose not to. After exploring how Stoics respond to emotions with clarity, rather than reactivity, we now come to a deeper truth. Thoughts may arise, but they don't deserve automatic obedience. The Stoics understood this well. A thought is not a command. A feeling is not a verdict. A moment of frustration is not the whole truth. These are simply signals passing waves in the mind. And like any wave, we get to choose. Do we ride it, or let it pass? This is where freedom begins. And the more this discipline is practiced, especially before sleep, the easier it becomes to wake up without the heaviness of yesterday's emotional residue. Because true rest is not just physical stillness, it's mental unburdening. It's the absence of inner resistance. So many people toss and turn at night not because they lack comfort, but because they have not yet trained their minds to release. They haven't learned the art of seeing thoughts for what they really are, not the self, but experiences passing through the self. But once that skill is developed, once the mind fully realizes it doesn't need to chase every impulse or fix, every unresolved moment, sleep becomes effortless. Detachment becomes the foundation for inner peace. It's not detachment from life, but from unnecessary suffering. It's the understanding that no thought, no emotion, no situation can disturb you unless you give it permission. It's the ability to pause, to step back, to recognize this too will pass, and the reward, a mind that moves through life lighter, stronger, and untethered by what once disturbed it. Those who practice apatheia before bed don't wake up consumed by the past or anxious about the future. They rise clear-headed because they left behind the mental clutter that most people carry into each new day. They don't need life to be calm in order to feel calm. They've trained their minds to create clarity from within. Letting go, after all, is not forgetting. It's not denying reality or suppressing feeling. It's choosing to see things as they are and deciding not to be disturbed. It's remembering that peace is not found in controlling the world, but in controlling our reaction to it. The Stoics mastered this not because they didn't feel, but because they refused to be ruled by feelings. They trained their minds not to be emotionless, but to be untouchable. And every night was a chance to reinforce that strength, to enter sleep without the weight of the day, to wake up without dragging the past behind them. Because the person who consistently practices apatheia won't live a life free of hardship, but they will live a life free of unnecessary suffering. They won't be tossed by every emotion. They won't be weakened by every storm. They'll sleep deeply, wake clearly, and move through the world with a stillness no chaos can shake. Mastering the art of letting go is not passive. It is the highest form of strength. Apatheia teaches us non-reactivity, yes, but it points to something even deeper, the paradox of surrender. Because control, it's an illusion, yet most people cling to it. They cling to their plans, their outcomes, their expectations, as if gripping tighter will bend reality into compliance. But here's the truth. A mind that cannot let go is a mind that will always suffer. The strongest individuals are not those who try to control everything. They are the ones who know exactly when to release. Even the act of falling asleep proves this. No matter how hard you try, you cannot force rest. You can only allow it. The more you chase it, the more it slips away. The paradox is simple and profound. Only by releasing the need for control can true peace be found. And this isn't just about sleep. It's about life, because the same principle that allows the body to rest is the one that allows the soul to breathe. Building on the insight that surrender, not control, is the gateway to peace, we arrive at one of the Stoic mind's most essential lessons: trusting what cannot be. Control. The mind, by its very nature, resists this. It craves certainty, structure, and predictability. It wants to control the conversation, anticipate every outcome, and guarantee safety. But where does this desire come from? Fear. Fear of failure. Fear of uncertainty. Fear of loss. And ironically, the more tightly we try to grip what cannot be held, the more suffering we create. The harder we push against uncertainty, the deeper we sink into exhaustion. Have you ever noticed that the people who struggle most to sleep are often the ones trying hardest to force it? But here lies the paradox. The solution isn't effort, it's surrender. Not weakness, not passivity, but a deep, grounded trust that things will unfold as they must. The strongest individuals aren't those who grasp the tightest. They're the ones who've learned when to hold on and when to let go. They trust their preparation. They trust that rest will come when it's time. They don't chase control, they choose wisdom. And wisdom understands that trying to control the uncontrollable is wasted energy. A person who has mastered surrender isn't powerless. They're liberated. Most people equate strength with constant action, always fixing, always pushing. But true strength is found in stillness. It's found in the ability to flow with life, not against it. Because when we cling too tightly to our fears, our expectations, or our imagined outcomes, we exhaust ourselves in a silent war, draining energy from the very parts of life that actually need it. The Stoics knew peace isn't achieved through effort. It arrives through acceptance. And sleep. It's the perfect training ground. If you can teach your mind to surrender before bed, you can teach it to surrender throughout your life. The same mental pattern that keeps someone awake, ruminating, grasping, resisting, is the very same one that causes anxiety, burnout, and dissatisfaction during the day. The fear of letting go stems from the belief that control means safety. But is that really true? Safety doesn't come from clinging to what's slipping through our fingers. It comes from knowing deeply that whatever comes, we can meet it, of course. This shift doesn't happen overnight. The mind has been conditioned for years to equate control with security. But true security is not force. It is flexibility. Just like a tree that bends in the wind will survive the storm, a mind that knows how to release will remain intact under pressure. Strength isn't about how long you can hold on. It's about knowing when to release, when to adapt, when to trust. So many people struggle with sleep not because of their environment, but because they enter the night still fighting thoughts, fighting emotions, fighting silence. But sleep isn't something you win through struggle. It's something you allow through surrender. And the same is true for peace. You don't achieve it by gripping tighter. You find it by loosening your grip on what was never yours to hold in the first place. There's a reason why those who trust life sleep deeper. Their minds are not tangled in problems that cannot be solved in the dark. Their energy isn't wasted on anxiety that will do nothing to change tomorrow. They know the sun will rise whether they worry or not. This trust doesn't mean avoiding responsibility. It means understanding the difference between what is yours and what isn't. The Stoics mastered this. They focused on what was within their control, and they accepted everything else without resistance. They didn't fear the future. They didn't regret the past, because they knew neither could be changed. Only their response right here, right now, was ever truly theirs. As the Stoics surrendered control, they also aligned themselves with reality, choosing acceptance over resistance. And because they did not fight life, they moved through it with greater ease, clarity, and strength. Surrender, they believed, wasn't weakness. It was efficiency. It was the art of energy management, of knowing where to invest effort and where to release. Because what happens when someone tries to control what's unchangeable? They exhaust themselves in a battle they cannot win. But the one who accepts what is, who stops clinging to should have, and embraces what is, moves through life without unnecessary suffering. Each night, this philosophy must be re-anchored. Before sleep, the practice of surrender must return. The mind must learn not to chase thoughts, but to release them. Worries must be recognized as phantom shadows of imagination that only gain power when fed. And the body, it must be given permission to rest, not ordered or pressured to fall asleep, because sleep, like peace, is natural. It only retreats when we demand it on our terms. When letting go becomes a nightly habit, life itself becomes lighter. Challenges no longer create panic, they invite calm. Setbacks no longer breed frustration, they reveal clarity. Why? Because the illusion of control is no longer needed. The inner dialogue shifts from "I must control everything" to "I can handle anything." And that changes everything. This is the source of true inner strength. A person who no longer needs to control every detail becomes unshakable. They don't break under uncertainty. They don't crumble under fear. They walk through the day with quiet confidence, not because they know what's coming, but because they trust themselves to meet whatever arrives. At night, this must be remembered. As thoughts begin to stir before sleep, they should be greeted, not clung to. The tension from the day should be allowed to dissolve, not dragged into dreams. The urge to solve, fix, or analyze must be let go, because night is not for controlling. It is for releasing. And the more this is practiced, the easier it becomes. The mind slowly begins to understand. It does not have to grip every fear. It does not have to hold every question. It does not have to fix every outcome before rest. It learns, night by night. That strength comes from trust, not tension. That peace is not something we hunt for. It's something we allow to return when space is made. Now, letting go does not mean giving up. It means recognizing what deserves your energy and what does not. It means accepting that some things are not meant to be forced. And it means trusting yourself enough to stop clinging to the illusion of control. The person who embraces this truth lives with a rare kind of freedom. They sleep deeply. They wake up clear. They move through each day with a calm, grounded strength that only surrender can build. Because letting go isn't weakness. It's wisdom. A mind obsessed with control wastes its energy chasing illusions. But a mind anchored in trust channels that same energy into clarity, presence, and purpose. Surrender does not mean inaction. It means knowing what is worth effort and what is best left to unfold. And this isn't just a lesson for daytime life. It's a principle that rewires the mind at its deepest level, even as we sleep. But surrender, as powerful as it is only half the equation. The next step is deliberate reprogramming, the conscious act of shaping the subconscious mind to operate with clarity, reason, and strength, even as awareness fades into rest. Most people assume that thinking is something that only happens when they're awake. But the truth is far more powerful, just as surrender creates the space for peace. What fills that space next is just as important, because even when we are not consciously thinking, our minds are still at work shaping who we become. The Stoics understood that much of what shapes our perceptions, reactions, and decisions happens below the surface quietly, automatically. It's the subconscious at work, and the subconscious mind, it doesn't filter, it doesn't evaluate, it simply absorbs whatever it receives, whether helpful or harmful, wise or irrational. It reinforces. That means if we don't take control of what we feed our minds regularly, our inner world is formed by whatever thoughts happen to dominate it, chosen or not. The Stoics knew this deeply. They realized that the true battle for clarity and inner strength wasn't fought during moments of crisis. It was won or lost in the stillness, in the repetition of thought, in the quiet practice of mental conditioning, because the mind, like the body, becomes what it is trained to be. If trained in fear, it becomes fearful. If trained in chaos, it becomes reactive. But if trained in reason, it becomes calm, grounded, unshakable. And here's the good news. This training doesn't require brute force or intensity. It simply requires deliberate repetition, the ongoing reinforcement of thoughts that serve, rather than sabotage. And there's no better time to practice this than before sleep. That's when the conscious mind begins to let go. The critical filters soften, and the subconscious becomes wide open, ready to absorb whatever is placed in front of it. That's why nighttime worries feel heavier, why unresolved emotions echo longer, why stress lingers deep into the night. Because when left unguided, the mind fixates on the loudest emotions, the most charged experiences. But it doesn't have to be this way. A person who deliberately chooses what their mind consumes before sleep is doing something powerful. They are shaping their internal world. The beauty of auto-suggestion lies in its simplicity. It doesn't require effort. It doesn't need complex affirmations or forced positivity. It only needs consistency. If your last thoughts before sleep are rooted in clarity, reason, and strength, your subconscious will spend the night strengthening those very qualities. This isn't about motivation. It's not about fake positivity. It's about training. The Stoics didn't hope they would think clearly in moments of stress. They didn't rely on willpower alone. They prepared in advance. They trained their minds with repetition until reason became reflex. They reminded themselves, night after night, that external events do not determine inner peace. Emotions are not commands. What happens is not as important as how we interpret it. These truths, repeated often enough, became automatic. So, when pressure came, the response wasn't panic. It was poise. It wasn't fear. It was clarity. This is why Stoic autosuggestion before sleep is such a powerful tool for mental transformation. It doesn't fight the mind. It flows with it. It bypasses resistance. It reshapes thought in the background so that when the morning arrives, clarity is already in place. The key, deliberate repetition. Just like a muscle grows through consistent movement, the mind sharpens through consistent, clear thought. Many people live with minds that seem to work against them, not because they lack intelligence or reason, but because they've never trained those thoughts with intention. Now that we understand the subconscious is always listening, the next step is learning how to teach it what to prioritize intentionally. Many people assume that if they understand something logically, that knowledge will automatically guide their actions. But the mind doesn't work that way. It's not ruled by logic, it's ruled by habit. Thought patterns repeated over time become the default settings of our mind. So, what happens when someone's first instinct is to panic, to ruminate, or to sink into negativity, even if they know better, even if they've read every book and watched every video? Their behavior will still reflect their mental conditioning, not their logic. The solution? Reprogram the default. Training the mind for clarity and reason isn't about forcing thoughts. It's about exposing the mind again and again to the right ones. Think about it this way. Someone who spends their day consuming chaos and confusion can't expect to respond calmly in crisis. But someone who ends their night with focused reflection, with principles of calm and discipline, will wake up carrying that clarity into the day. This isn't just philosophy, it's psychology. The brain reinforces whatever it's exposed to most. If your nightly thoughts are anxious, anxiety becomes the norm. But if your nightly thoughts are rational, grounded, disciplined, then that becomes your baseline. The Stoics knew this. They didn't leave their mental state to chance. They didn't allow the noise of the world to write the script for their subconscious. They chose deliberately what thoughts to reinforce before bed, because they understood that what the mind consumes in those final waking moments determines how it will function the next day. Those who go to sleep distracted by negativity, by noise, by unfiltered emotion wake up scattered, reactive, unclear. But those who feed their mind with clarity, with timeless wisdom, wake up steadier than when they closed their eyes. And no, this isn't about avoiding reality. It's about perceiving reality accurately, without distortion. Most mental suffering doesn't come from events, it comes from exaggerated interpretations of them. An untrained mind inflates problems, compresses time, and builds stress out of thin air. But a trained mind, it sees things as they are, no more, no less. Someone who repeats clear, rational thought before sleep doesn't wake up a slave to their feelings. They wake up with focus. They respond rather than react. They don't waste their energy wrestling with reality because they've already trained their subconscious to accept what is, not cling to what should have been. Discipline. That's no longer a struggle, it's become a default. And this is why autosuggestion isn't just helpful, it's essential. Without it, the mind reverts to old patterns, avoidance, impulsivity, overreaction. But with consistent exposure to Stoic thought, the subconscious slowly rewires itself for calm, for clarity, for resilience. This isn't abstract theory. It's a process. It happens automatically with consistent reinforcement. And here's the most powerful part. It doesn't require force. It doesn't rely on motivation or willpower. It only asks for one thing: repetition. Because the mind doesn't ask whether a thought is helpful or harmful. It simply strengthens whatever is repeated most. So if repetition rewires the mind, the next question is, what are you choosing to repeat each night? A person who fills their mind with scattered, meaningless noise will wake up with a mind just as scattered, fragile, unfocused, easily shaken. But the one who deliberately reinforces discipline, clarity, and rationality, they rise with mental strength already intact. Their foundation is solid before their feet even touch the floor. Every night is a crossroads. One path leads to letting random thoughts seep in, shaping the subconscious without intention. The other leads to conscious direction, to choosing what thoughts deserve to linger. As sleep approaches, those who take this seriously never wake up feeling lost or anxious. They don't begin their mornings scrambling for purpose or confidence. Why? Because their inner discipline was built the night before. It doesn't have to be forced. It's already there. They face hardship with composure, not because they're constantly reminding themselves to stay calm, but because calmness has become their default. It's not a performance. It's who they've become. And that's the quiet power of this practice. It keeps working even when you're no longer conscious. The subconscious never sleeps. It's always learning, always absorbing. So if you don't train it deliberately, it gets trained by accident, and those accidental patterns, they rarely build strength. This is the Stoic secret. They didn't wait until life got hard to start thinking clearly. They prepared in advance. They trained their minds when nothing was at stake, so that when everything was at stake, clarity wasn't something they had to search for. It was already there. That's how resilience is forged. Not in the spotlight, not in the chaos, but in quiet repetition, in the silent hours when no one is watching, when no praise is coming, and no effort even seems necessary. It's there in that stillness that mental toughness is born. And the one who masters this process doesn't try to think rationally, they just do. They don't constantly fight to regulate their emotions. Their emotional reflexes have already been rewired. They don't chase peace. Peace has already been planted. They wake up focused, grounded, unshakable, not by luck, but by intention. A mind that's trained in reason doesn't collapse under stress. It doesn't waste energy clinging to useless emotions. It doesn't spiral in illusion or wishful thinking. Instead, it moves with precision, fixing what can be changed and letting go of what cannot. But reason alone isn't enough to protect peace. There's one more skill that must be mastered: the art of non-attachment. Why? Because most suffering isn't caused by what happens. It's caused by refusing to let go of how we think things should have happened. The mind clings. It resists. It replays. And that's where the inner war begins. Sleep doesn't escape because of the outside world. It slips away because the mind refuses to release what has already passed. Non-attachment isn't about being numb. It's not about avoiding emotions. It's about allowing yourself to feel fully, but without letting those feelings own you. It's the ability to let experiences move through you instead of letting them live inside you. A person who practices non-attachment doesn't deny emotion, but they don't let it take the wheel either. They feel everything, but they do not cling to anything. They understand that every joy, every sorrow, every success and failure is just passing through. And so, once we learn to stop clinging, the next lesson becomes clear. Nothing is permanent, and it includes failure, pain, and even success. Every moment eventually passes. Every outcome, whether joyful or disappointing, is temporary. And trying to hold on to what has already slipped through our fingers, that's where suffering begins. Letting go is not the same as giving up. It's understanding that attachment is a decision. It's the ability to look at what happened not through the lens of how we wished it would be, but as it truly is. But the mind resists this. It clings desperately to what is familiar, even when it hurts. It loops through anger, regret, frustration, convincing us that if we just keep revisiting the emotion, we'll somehow take back control. But here's the truth. Control is an illusion. Holding on to the outcome doesn't change it. Holding on to the past doesn't rewrite it. Holding on to expectations doesn't make them real. The strongest individuals are not those who never fall, but those who stop dragging the past behind them. They know when to act, and just as importantly, they know when to release. They accept what has unfolded, not because they're passive, but because they understand that resistance prolongs suffering. It never prevents it. And this is where the nighttime ritual matters most. If the mind carries unresolved tension into sleep, that weight doesn't disappear. It sinks deeper, slipping into the subconscious, warping dreams, distorting emotions, and keeping the nervous system in a state of quiet battle. The body may lie still, but internally, the war rages on. But if the mind is taught to let go, if the thoughts are gently released, the body follows. The nervous system shifts from alert to calm. Muscles unclench, the breath deepens, and sleep arrives not as a forced act, but as a natural surrender. Non-attachment is not apathy. It's not resignation. It's active mastery over the mind's desperate need to grip. It's standing in front of reality and saying, "This has already happened. No amount of overthinking will change it. I release it." It's realizing that pain does not come from events alone, but from our refusal to let them go. The past is gone. The future is uncertain. And the only place where life actually happens is now. Yet most people don't live there. They live in yesterday's mistakes and tomorrow's fears. And that's why they suffer. A person who embraces non-attachment sees life as a gift on loan brief, beautiful, but never fully in their control. They don't grasp at moments hoping to preserve them. They don't attach their peace to a specific outcome. They don't need life to unfold perfectly to feel okay. Instead, they move with fluidity. They care, but they don't break when things shift. They give their best, but they don't demand the world reward them exactly as imagined. This mindset isn't easy to build. Why? Because the ego wants to hold on. It finds comfort in identity, in labels, in expectations. It tells us that letting go means losing something. But the truth, non-attachment doesn't take anything from you. It frees you. It gives you peace, not by securing the outcome, but by making peace with any outcome. Letting go does not mean abandoning ambition. It means giving everything you have, living fully in the moment, then releasing the need to control the results. You can chase goals with all your heart, but non-attachment reminds you the outcome is never fully in your hands, and that's okay. Having learned to let go of expectations, we now arrive at a quieter truth. Freedom comes not from controlling life, but from releasing the grip on it. Those who practice non-attachment can love deeply without the fear of loss, because they understand that love is not about possession. It is an experience, not a guarantee. They can show up fully in life without being devastated by disappointment, because they no longer measure life against their expectations. The challenge of non-attachment is not in understanding it, it's in living it. The mind is deeply conditioned to believe that attachment equals safety. It whispers, "If I don't hold on, I'll lose everything." But what's actually lost when we let go? Nothing. Except suffering. The event still happened. The memory remains, but the tension, the resistance, that disappears. Each night, as the mind quiets, we're given an opportunity to reinforce this freedom. When a thought about the past creeps in, we don't wrestle with it, we observe it. When a fear about the future rises, we don't resist it, we let it be. This is not denial. This is acceptance. Non-attachment is the highest form of mental discipline. It is the ability to say, "This moment is enough. This day is complete. What was meant to happen has already happened. I release the rest." This perspective does not remove responsibility. It does not strip away action. It simply removes the suffering that comes from trying to grip what is already gone. People who master this mindset don't sleep well because their lives are perfect. They sleep well because they no longer carry unresolved burdens into bed. Their nervous system isn't locked in tension. Their minds are not spinning with regrets or reliving old conversations. Their peace doesn't depend on how perfectly the day went. It depends on their choice to release what no longer serves. Each night, we're offered a choice. Will we fight with reality or flow with it? Will we grip old emotions or allow them to pass? Those who choose release do not wake up feeling drained. They rise unburdened, free from the weight of yesterday. The person who practices non-attachment before sleep doesn't fall into unconsciousness wrapped in what-ifs. They don't let their peace be hijacked by what they couldn't control. They understand a timeless truth. Life will unfold the way it does, no matter how tightly they try to hold it in place. And because of that, they walk through each day with clarity. They know that attachment is not strength, it's a burden disguised as security. True freedom is not found in bending the world to our desires. It's found in remaining steady when the world does not bend at all. Non-attachment isn't about having less, it's about being owned by less. Less fear, less regret, less resistance to life. When this principle is mastered, peace is no longer something we chase. It's already there, quiet, steady, unwavering. It comes not from getting everything right, but from understanding that attachment is the only true source of unnecessary pain. The strongest minds, they hold on lightly. They feel deeply but without gripping. They love fully but without fear. They engage with life but are not enslaved by it. This is not coldness. This is not indifference. It is the highest form of inner freedom. After embracing the power of non-attachment, we arrive at the next challenge: learning to release each thought, especially before sleep, without resistance. To live clearly, to move through the world without clinging to anything, as if it will last forever. That is a rare kind of strength, and it must be practiced deliberately. Each night, when the mind begins to hold onto a worry, a memory, or an unresolved feeling, the response is not to fight it, not to suppress it, but to softly say, "This does not need to be held. This can be released." Those who master this approach don't just rest better, they live better. They carry a quiet strength, the strength to let things be exactly as they are, without falling under the illusion that life should have unfolded another way. Non-attachment frees the mind from unnecessary suffering. It loosens the grip of expectation. It allows experiences to flow without the resistance that causes so much inner tension. But even with this mindset, many people face a deeper obstacle as they lie in bed: the trap of overthinking. The mind, even when detached, still wanders, reliving the past, imagining the future, spinning in endless loops of what-ifs. And while it may appear harmless, just thoughts, it is anything but. Overthinking is not reflection. It's not analysis. It is mental noise dressed up as wisdom. It drains energy, clouds clarity, and leaves no peace behind. Have you ever caught yourself trying to solve a situation by thinking about it over and over, only to end up more anxious than before? That's the illusion. Overthinking masquerades as problem solving, but in truth, it creates more problems than it solves. A mind caught in that loop is not gaining insight, it's feeding fear, stress, and doubt. And when this happens before sleep, the impact multiplies. The body is tired, but the mind refuses to rest. Instead of winding down, it accelerates. Instead of letting go, it grabs on tighter. The Stoics saw this trap for what it was. Marcus Aurelius warned against the mind's habit of wandering into the unnecessary. Seneca wrote about the dangers of suffering mentally over events that never even occurred. Epictetus reminded his students that our distress does not come from events, but from our thoughts about them. They understood overthinking is not intelligence, it is self-imposed imprisonment. Why do people overthink? Because they believe they're preparing. They imagine that if they analyze something enough, they'll finally reach certainty. But what they don't realize is certainty is an illusion. No amount of thinking can erase risk. No level of mental rehearsal can guarantee a perfect outcome. The mind seeks answers that simply do not exist, and in the process, it drains itself. Overthinking does not bring peace. It delays it. It doesn't give us power, it robs us of it. And at night, it's most dangerous. The noise of the day fades, and all that remains is the mind and its spinning thoughts. If left untrained, those thoughts spiral deep into worry, regret, and the kind of overanalysis that leads nowhere. Sleep becomes shallow. The body rests, but never recovers. You wake up more exhausted than before. Why? Because the nervous system never shuts off. It stays alert, as if preparing for a danger that never arrives. The brain doesn't know the difference between real and imagined threats. It reacts to both the same way: tight chest, racing heart, shallow breath. This is why overthinking steals rest, night after night. The solution, not suppression, not force, but redirection. The Stoics didn't waste energy fighting emotions or thoughts. They simply refused to feed the ones that didn't serve them. After understanding the destructive nature of overthinking, the next step is to train the mind the way the Stoics did. With intention, with clarity, and with practice. They didn't suppress their thoughts. They didn't force their minds into silence. Instead, they simply observed their thoughts, understood them, and let them pass. They trained themselves to focus only on what was useful. And that right there is the secret to stopping overthinking before sleep. It's not about demanding stillness. It's about directing attention wisely. The first step, realizing that not every thought deserves your time. Just because it enters your mind doesn't mean it holds truth or value. Your brain produces thousands of thoughts every single day. Most are repetitive, meaningless, even irrational. Yet so many people treat each one as a call to action. But here's the truth. A thought can be seen without being followed. It can be acknowledged without being entertained. And the moment this distinction clicks, overthinking begins to loosen its grip. One practical tool the Stoics used was simple but powerful: categorization of thoughts. When a thought arises, you ask, is this useful or useless? If it leads to action, solves a problem, or clarifies a situation, it's useful. But if it creates stress, loops without resolution, or focuses on things beyond your control, then it's useless. And useless thoughts, they're not debated, they're not resisted. They're simply released. No drama, no argument, just let them go. Another timeless Stoic practice, thought limitation. Rather than letting your mind roam freely into anxiety, you set boundaries. You assign a specific, limited time to think, and then you stop. If a problem needs reflection, give it 10 minutes, not the whole night. This teaches your brain an essential truth. Thinking is a tool, not an addiction. And what if those thoughts still linger? That's where journaling comes in, a method embraced by philosophers and great minds throughout history. When you write down a worry, it loses its intensity. It becomes less of a cloud and more of a shape. You see it for what it is, and more often than not, once it's written, it feels far less important. The page becomes a container, and once a fear is placed there, It no longer has to rattle around your head. Then, there's one of the most immediate tools we all carry, the breath. A mind that's focused on breathing cannot spiral into a storm of thoughts. The Stoics valued presence being grounded in what is happening now, not in what already passed or what might come next. Deep, intentional breathing anchors the mind. It signals the nervous system to soften. Thoughts begin to slow. The body releases tension. And suddenly, overthinking fades not because you forced it away, but because you redirected focus to something real. There's also the practice of zooming out. Overthinking magnifies. It turns small concerns into urgent emergencies. It tricks you into believing every thought is critical. But ask yourself, will this matter a week from now? A month? A year? If the answer is no, it doesn't deserve your mental energy tonight. Epictetus warned us, most suffering comes not from events, but from assumptions. We assume the worst will happen. We assume we'll fail. We assume others are judging us. But are these assumptions facts, or just shadows cast by fear? After learning to redirect the mind away from unhelpful thoughts, there's one more trap to avoid. Unchecked assumptions, the silent fuel of overthinking. We often assume our problems are larger than they are. But assumptions aren't reality, they're just stories the mind whispers to itself. And like any story, they can be rewritten. The Stoics knew this well. They practiced the discipline of questioning assumptions. When a thought arises, ask, is this based on fact or fear? Is this grounded in reality or just imagination? The moment you expose an assumption as false, its power dissolves. It loses its grip. And one of the most effective ways to prevent this cycle of overthinking from spiraling at night, it doesn't start at bedtime. It starts before night ever arrives. People who rush through their days constantly distracted, never pausing, often find their minds erupt the moment they lie down. Why? Because the brain, ignored all day, demands to be heard. It unloads everything at once. But those who pause throughout the day, who breathe, reflect, and face worries before they grow overwhelming, do not face this flood. Their minds have already been soothed before the pillow touches their head. The key is this: train your mind to let go as skillfully as you've trained it to hold on. Most people are experts at gripping thoughts. They replay conversations. They dissect regrets. They imagine disasters. But few are trained in the art of release. The Stoics saw thoughts like clouds coming and going, always shifting. And just like clouds, they don't need to be chased. They don't need to be held. They can be acknowledged and gently let go. Mental strength is not about having fewer thoughts. It's about choosing which thoughts are worth your energy. Overthinking isn't intelligence. It's mental discipline that has gone untamed. The person who can direct their mind at will, who chooses when to engage and when to release, holds real power. And before sleep, this power must be reinforced. A mind that's been deliberately quieted before rest will wake up clearer, calmer, stronger. But the one who lets their thoughts run unchecked through the night will rise drained, scattered, already behind before the day begins. Mental strength isn't just about enduring hardship, it's about avoiding unnecessary suffering. It's about remembering that the mind is a tool, not a master. Overthinking before sleep weakens the mind. It creates tension. It spins loops of worry, fear, and regret. And here's what most forget: the mind doesn't stop working just because the body is asleep. Even while you dream, your subconscious is still active, processing, reinforcing beliefs, and rehearsing reactions to life's challenges. The Stoics understood this. They didn't view dreams as meaningless flickers of imagination. They saw them as reflection signals of inner patterns, hidden fears, and the true state of one's character. Your mind isn't divided between waking and sleeping, it's one continuous thread, and the habits you form during the day, they do not disappear at night. Just as the mind carries waking habits into sleep, so too does it carry discipline or the lack of it. If a mind is trained in reason, discipline, and virtue throughout the day, then sleep doesn't become a chaotic playground of random thoughts. Instead, it becomes an extension of clarity, like a well-trained body that rests efficiently after movement. A well-trained mind processes quietly, wisely, even in unconsciousness. To the Stoics, virtue was not a part-time pursuit. It wasn't something to practice only when convenient. It was a way of being. Morality wasn't a checklist of rules. It was a framework that shaped every thought, every choice. An undisciplined mind clings to distraction, confusion, and weakness. But a mind conditioned to seek truth, to prioritize reason and clarity, will carry those values even into sleep. It doesn't abandon them when the eyes close. Have you ever woken up with a sudden insight? A solution to a problem you couldn't solve during the day? That's not magic. That's the subconscious at work doing what it was trained to do. The Stoics may not have spoken of lucid dreaming as modern thinkers do, but they observed something deeper, character revealed in dreams. If someone claims to live by reason, but dreams filled with fear, selfishness, or deceit, what does that suggest? That perhaps their virtue hasn't yet reached the core. But when a person's subconscious remains aligned with their conscious values, when they act with integrity even in dreams, that's when you know the training has taken root. Dreams often reveal what the waking self hides. The fears unspoken, the emotions buried, the regrets ignored, they rise in the quiet of the night. The Stoics didn't dismiss these visions. They viewed dreams as messenger signals from the depths of the psyche, exposing where attention is still needed. Seneca wrote of examining the mind's tendencies each night, not just reviewing one's actions, but also reflecting on dreams. Did fear take control? Did greed emerge? Did reason remain intact? This isn't about controlling your dreams. It's about using them as a mirror, a raw, unfiltered mirror of the self. Dreams don't lie. They reveal what the conscious mind might be too proud or too afraid to admit. So if anger, fear, or regret keep showing up in the dream world, the solution isn't to force the dreams to change. It's to reshape the mind while awake. The subconscious is not a storyteller, it's a recorder. It doesn't invent new patterns. It amplifies what already exists. The Stoics believed that virtue must show itself in all states, not just in public, not just when you're being watched, but also in solitude, and even in sleep. That's why they took great care with the final thoughts before bed. Because a mind filled with bitterness will carry that bitterness into its deepest layers. And a heart burdened by tension will not rest, it will wrestle with itself through the night. As we explored earlier, even dreams mirror the state of the mind. And when that mind is trained in gratitude, clarity, and acceptance, peace becomes the default even in sleep. One of the greatest tests of character isn't how a person acts when they're in control. It's how they respond when they're not. And what greater example of this than sleep itself? In sleep, the conscious guard drops. The rational mind rests. So what remains? If a person's values are deeply rooted, they don't vanish with consciousness, they carry through. Even when dreaming, That person doesn't act from fear or deception. Because integrity isn't just a waking performance, it's part of who they are. The Stoics weren't concerned with mystical interpretations of dreams, but they did view dreams as powerful indicators of self-mastery. To them, how a person dreams says a lot about how well they've disciplined their mind while awake. This discipline begins in daylight through deliberate alignment of thoughts with reason, through regular self-examination, and through the consistent effort to respond with wisdom rather than impulse. These aren't surface habits, they become ingrained. And once ingrained, they don't switch off when the eyes close. They continue to operate beneath awareness. That's the true power of the subconscious. It keeps working when logic goes offline. It processes problems, reinforces values, and continues shaping who we are even while we sleep. Some of history's greatest thinkers have spoken of breakthroughs that came to them in dreams. The Stoics understood this long before modern neuroscience caught up. They knew that if you nourish the mind with wisdom, that wisdom doesn't disappear. When you rest, it deepens, strengthens, and takes root. But the opposite is also true. If the mind spends the day immersed in negativity, reacting without thought, and indulging in destructive emotions, then sleep will not be peaceful. It will be haunted by those same patterns, now distorted by the subconscious. The day bleeds into the night. That's why Stoicism isn't just about behavior, it's about inner transformation. The goal isn't simply to appear calm or rational. It's to become calm and rational at the core. Not to perform virtue, but to be virtuous. When this happens, even sleep becomes an act of alignment. Dreams, then, are a window. They reveal the truth without filters. If your dreams are filled with panic, conflict, or irrational fear, it's not failure. It's feedback. It means the mind is still carrying tension. It means discipline is still being formed. But when dreams begin to reflect clarity, when reactions are measured, when fear no longer dominates, that's the sign that inner transformation has begun. That's the mark of real progress. This is the highest level of mental training, not needing reminders, not needing effort, because discipline has become second nature. The greatest Stoics didn't just act with reason, they became reason itself. They didn't force wisdom into their lives, they lived in such deep alignment that wisdom flowed without resistance. And just before sleep, this alignment must be quietly reinforced. The mind must be reminded there is no need to fear, no need to regret, no need to cling. Let go. Trust the training. Let clarity carry you into rest. As we saw, wisdom practiced consistently becomes second nature even in sleep. But that transformation doesn't happen by chance. It must be trained. Just like the conscious mind is trained during the day. Those who take this seriously don't lie awake haunted by their dreams. Their nights aren't filled with unresolved battles or restless thoughts. Instead, their sleep becomes restorative. Their minds rest in alignment, not in chaos. Why? Because they've conditioned themselves so deeply in wisdom that even when awareness fades, the mind does not wander. To practice virtue in sleep isn't about trying to control dreams, it's about building such deep internal order that even unconscious thought reflects clarity. This level of mastery doesn't arrive overnight. It's built slowly, deliberately, habit by habit, repetition by repetition, until it becomes as natural as breathing. Those who reach this state don't wake up confused, anxious, or emotionally scattered. They rise clear, calm, and unshaken. Their subconscious has not been at war, it's been reinforcing the very discipline they live by while awake. Because here's the truth. The mind doesn't stop learning when the body sleeps. While the conscious mind may go quiet, the subconscious keeps working, absorbing, reinforcing, shaping the patterns that will influence thoughts and emotions the next day. How you train your mind while awake directly determines how your subconscious behaves when you're no longer watching. That's where the depth of Stoic philosophy comes in. When internalized deeply, Stoicism doesn't just influence what you choose, it reshapes how you react. Rationality and emotional control stop being forced, they become the default. But the subconscious doesn't filter what it absorbs. It takes in whatever it's exposed to, over and over again. It doesn't know the difference between clarity and chaos, between discipline and indulgence. If you flood it with distractions, it will crave distraction. If you let it stew in anxiety, it will become anxious. But if you nourish it with calm, resilience, and clarity especially before bed, it will begin to work that way, silently and steadily. The Stoics understood this well. They knew that willpower wasn't enough. That motivation would always fade. What matters is programming, the steady, repeated conditioning of the mind. So why do so many people struggle to control their emotions? It's not because they're weak or unintelligent. It's because their subconscious has been trained over years to react with fear, anger, or worry. If frustration has been the go-to response for every problem, then the brain learns frustration is the answer. The subconscious is built on repetition. Whatever is most familiar becomes automatic. That's why bursts of inspiration rarely lead to lasting change. They don't reach deep enough to rewrite those ingrained reactions. But when the right ideas are planted again and again, especially in the quiet before sleep, they begin to take hold without resistance, without pressure. This isn't magic. It's brain science. Neural pathways strengthen with use. The more a thought pattern is reinforced, the easier it becomes. Practice worry, and you get better at worrying. Practice composure, and you get better at being calm. Stoicism isn't something to be studied once and forgotten. It's meant to be lived, absorbed, repeated until it becomes the lens through which every thought is filtered. And the key to making that shift, it lies in the subconscious. Because the person who only applies Stoicism while actively thinking about it will always struggle. As we've seen, the subconscious is always listening. And when it's trained properly, it doesn't just absorb wisdom, it lives it. This is where real transformation begins, not in forced behaviors, but in effortless alignment. The person who trains their subconscious to think through Stoic logic doesn't need to try to stay calm. They just are. They don't have to wrestle with detachment from outcomes. They respond with natural poise, because non-attachment has become their reflex. And what better time to reinforce this than during sleep? You see, sleep is the ideal training ground because it bypasses the defenses of the conscious mind. While we're awake, our minds resist. They question, they overanalyze. They cling to biases and doubts. But the subconscious doesn't argue. It simply absorbs quietly, completely, and without resistance. That's why someone who fills their day with negative self-talk eventually believes every word. Not because it's true, but because the subconscious doesn't filter. It only repeats what it hears most. The same is true with wisdom. Those who immerse themselves in Stoic thinking begin to embody Stoicism not through willpower, but through exposure. The ideas, phrases, and principles that echo in the background become the very structure of how they see the world. That's not magic, it's neuroplasticity in action. The Stoics knew this well. Their practice wasn't about memorization for show, it was about repetition for transformation. Marcus Aurelius didn't write meditations for an audience. He wrote it for himself, to strengthen the muscle of wisdom every single day. Because even the wisest mind forgets. Even clarity fades without reinforcement. That's why what you feed your mind right before sleep matters so deeply. It's the final message the subconscious receives before it goes to work. And the subconscious doesn't sleep, it associates, it links, it reinforces. If your final thoughts are tied to stress, your brain will wire stress into those mental pathways. If your last impressions are grounded in Stoic principles, peace, clarity, reason, then your subconscious begins to tie those ideas to rest, stability, and strength. This isn't theory, it's backed by science. Studies show that the brain consolidates learning during sleep, whether it's language acquisition, emotional regulation, or even physical coordination. Whatever you focus on most before bed gets prioritized and reinforced. So ask yourself, what are you giving your mind to process each night? Most people fall asleep replaying arguments, worrying about tomorrow, or reliving moments they can't change. They go to bed with noise and they wake up exhausted, confused, and emotionally scattered. But it doesn't have to be that way. The person who deliberately conditions their mind with Stoic principles before sleep wakes up already clear-headed. They don't begin their day fighting for composure, they begin with it. Their thoughts don't need to be reined in, they're already in order. And what's remarkable is that this transformation doesn't require effort beyond intention. It doesn't demand hours of study or rigid control. It only asks for one small shift. Choose what your mind absorbs before rest. As we discussed, the mind is always listening, even in sleep. So what you give it to absorb, especially in those quiet moments before rest, determines what kind of thoughts take root and grow. Instead of mindlessly scrolling through distractions, instead of ruminating on stress or allowing negativity to cloud the night, the wise choose to fill their minds with clarity and strength. This isn't complicated. It might be reading Stoic texts. It could be listening to a calm, focused lecture, or simply whispering key principles to yourself in the dark, letting each phrase settle deeply. The Stoics never left mental training to chance. To them, discipline was not a reaction, it was a constant, deliberate practice. And now, modern neuroscience echoes what they once intuited. The thoughts we repeat the most become our brain's default settings. The strongest individuals aren't the ones who try to summon rationality only in moments of chaos. They're the ones whose minds default to reason because that's how they've trained themselves to think, not occasionally, consistently. People often believe that inner mastery comes through struggle, that emotional control means constantly battling impulsive reactions. But the truth, real mastery is when no battle is required at all, when calm becomes your instinct, when discipline becomes your second nature, when wisdom is simply how your mind works without resistance. And that doesn't come from one moment of inspiration. It comes from repetition. The subconscious cannot be expected to adopt Stoic strength if it's only exposed to it now and then. If fear, doubt, and distraction dominate your day, those are the patterns your subconscious will strengthen. The brain doesn't reward intention, it rewards consistency. So the choice must be deliberate. What thoughts will you reinforce today? Some may ask, does this really work? Isn't self-improvement supposed to be hard? Isn't struggle the price of growth? But think about walking. You don't consciously plan every step. Why? because your body has been trained to move that way. The same is true for the mind. When wisdom is deeply conditioned, you no longer have to try to respond with clarity. You just do. And this is the quiet power of training the subconscious. It feels effortless, but only because the effort was made in advance. At first, the change is subtle. You might start noticing that you don't overreact like you used to. Emotions that once felt overwhelming no longer control you. Your thoughts feel lighter. Your decisions clearer. You're not battling your mind, you're aligned with it. Of course, this transformation doesn't happen overnight, but it does begin the moment you take control of what your mind absorbs. Every night is an opportunity to rewire your thinking. Those who take it seriously find that Stoicism stops being something they practice. Only when they remember it becomes who they are, even in sleep. Because again, the mind is always listening. The only question is, what are you training it to hear? So if the subconscious is always listening, especially at night, what exactly are we training it for? Comfort or strength? Because true resilience isn't built in moments of ease. It is forged in discipline long before adversity arrives. The ability to remain calm and unshaken during chaos doesn't come from occasional motivation. It's the result of continuous mental training. The Stoics didn't wait until life fell apart to strengthen their minds. They trained daily so that when hardship struck, they didn't collapse under its weight. They were already ready. Mental toughness doesn't mean pretending everything is fine. It doesn't mean suppressing pain or avoiding emotions. It means preparing the mind to remain clear and grounded through the struggle, not in spite of it. It's about building the reflex to endure, to hold clarity under pressure, to resist panic when the world tilts sideways. And this doesn't happen by accident. It happens through deliberate conditioning. You're either teaching your mind to default to strength or letting it drift into weakness. And this doesn't stop when you close your eyes. The mind is always in training, whether you realize it or not. It's absorbing patterns, reinforcing resilience or fragility, depending on what it's fed. A person who lets their thoughts spiral into complaints and self-pity before sleep won't wake up stronger. They'll wake up scattered, drained. But someone who intentionally fills their final waking thoughts with courage, endurance, and acceptance, they rise with quiet strength already burning in their chest. They're not scrambling for control. When life hits, they're ready. Hardship is inevitable. There will be loss, failure, disappointment. But the ones who break under the weight of difficulty are usually the ones who never trained for it. They spent their time avoiding discomfort, chasing ease, numbing pain. The Stoics saw through this. They didn't wait for misfortune to teach them. They rehearsed for it, practiced it. They called it premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. They trained their minds to imagine struggle, to accept it, to welcome it, not to suffer, but to strengthen. And sleep. It's the perfect window for this kind of mental conditioning. Why? Because when the conscious mind quiets, the subconscious becomes more receptive than ever. If you fall asleep fixating on weakness, on fear, worry, complaints, those patterns take root. But if your final thoughts are shaped by resolve, clarity, and endurance, your mind will begin to adopt those as the new default. This is where training begins, with the simple recognition that suffering is not the enemy. Discomfort is not something to fear, it's something to use. Most people chase peace as if it's the absence of struggle. But real peace? It's the presence of inner stability in the middle of struggle. It's waking up knowing, no matter what happens, I will not be shaken. That's the kind of peace the Stoics pursued a mind that does not break, a mindset already prepared for whatever life delivers. And how is this built? Not in theory, but through repeated exposure, through reminders, through daily, nightly reinforcement. Just as the body grows stronger through resistance, so too does the mind. Just as the body strengthens through challenge, the mind grows through exposure, not avoidance. If hardship is constantly feared, it will always feel overwhelming. But when the mind is trained to confront difficulty, it begins to see struggle as something manageable, even familiar. A person who has already rehearsed their response to adversity will not be shaken when it arrives. They meet it with composure, not because they're forcing themselves to stay calm, but because calmness has become their natural reflex. It's no longer a performance. It's who they are. This kind of conditioning grows stronger through reflection, especially on one powerful Stoic truth: the impermanence of all things. When the mind truly accepts that everything is temporary, pain, success, failure, comfort, it stops clinging so desperately. Loss is no longer viewed as a catastrophe, but as a normal, even survivable part of life. And with that realization, fear begins to lose its grip. Of course, this doesn't make hardship pleasant, but it does make it bearable. The added layer of suffering that comes from resisting reality, that begins to fade. Another vital pillar of mental resilience is non-reactivity. Struggle becomes more painful when it's met with panic. But those who have trained themselves to pause, to step back, observe, and delay emotional reaction gain something priceless: control over their inner state. They don't let circumstances dictate their peace. This isn't suppression. It's mastery. It's the ability to feel without being dominated by feeling. One of the most powerful tools for developing this mindset is mental rehearsal. Just as an athlete visualizes the movements of a race, a person can visualize their response to hardship. And when is the best time for this kind of rehearsal? Before sleep. In that quiet moment, when the conscious mind begins to settle, the subconscious becomes incredibly receptive. This is when you can run gentle scenarios, not obsessing over worst-case fears, but calmly envisioning yourself responding to difficulty with clarity and strength. And the subconscious, it doesn't argue, it doesn't resist, it absorbs. When it is repeatedly exposed to the belief that all discomfort is temporary, that pain is survivable, that hardship can be transformed into strength, those beliefs become embedded. So, when real adversity comes, you won't need to search for your strength. You'll already have it. Resilience is also forged through simplicity. When the mind depends on comfort, on external validation, on luxury to function, it becomes fragile. But a mind trained to require little, to be content with less, becomes tough, flexible, and free. The Stoics practiced simplicity not out of rejection of joy, but out of wisdom. Dependence on ease creates weakness. If someone can only remain composed when life is perfect, what happens when it's not? But if they've trained themselves to remain grounded even in discomfort, to adapt, to endure, they will not break, no matter how the winds shift. There's another crucial ingredient in the building of mental resilience: rejecting entitlement. A mind that expects life to be easy will always feel betrayed. But a mind that expects challenge, that anticipates resistance, it never gets caught off guard. When the mind fully accepts that hardship is not the exception, but the rule, it stops reacting with shock, anger, or helplessness. It no longer wastes energy complaining. Instead, it pivots quietly, powerfully into problem-solving mode. It no longer asks, "Why me?" but rather, "What now?" This kind of mental resilience cannot be built on theory alone. It requires direct experience, constant reinforcement, and daily practice. And believe it or not, even sleep, especially sleep, can become part of that training. Sleep doesn't have to be just a passive escape from reality. It can be a continuation of discipline. If the last thoughts before bed are rooted in strength, rather than fear, in clarity, rather than confusion, in acceptance, rather than resistance, then the subconscious will absorb those qualities. It will strengthen them in silence, and slowly, without you even realizing it, those traits will become your new default. Imagine waking up not groggy and scattered, but already focused, already disciplined, already prepared for the day. No need to summon motivation, no struggle to pull yourself together. That's what this training builds, a mind that is already strong before your eyes even open. This is the proactive approach the Stoics lived by. They didn't wait for life to test them before becoming strong. They prepared in advance, so when the storm hit, they stood unshaken. And those who commit to this way of life will begin to notice a shift. Challenges won't hit as hard. The first instinct won't be panic, but calm observation. Instead of spiraling, the mind stays centered. It's not that adversity gets easier, it's that you get stronger. Training the mind for hardship is not a one-time effort, it's a lifelong process. But it's one that builds over time. Every night is an opportunity. Every bedtime routine is a chance to reinforce endurance, to deepen inner strength, to shape the subconscious into an ally, not an enemy. Those who take this seriously, they don't break under pressure. They don't stumble into the day reacting to whatever hits them first. They wake up ready because their mind has been conditioned for whatever comes next. Real resilience isn't built by a single burst of willpower. It doesn't show up only in crisis. It's built slowly, quietly, day after day, through repetition, through exposure, through deliberate mental conditioning. And that process continues even in sleep, because the mind doesn't turn off when the body rests. It keeps processing, it keeps absorbing, it keeps reorganizing your thoughts, your beliefs, your assumptions. So if your environment is saturated with negativity, with fear, with distraction, that's what your subconscious will reinforce. But if you fill your space with wisdom, with clarity, with disciplined ideas, then your mind will start to internalize strength without resistance, even while you sleep. This is why tools like Stoic audio affirmations at bedtime aren't just trendy, they're transformative. The subconscious doesn't sleep. It listens, it learns, and it obeys. A person might consciously agree with Stoic ideas, but unless those ideas are repeated enough to sink beneath the surface, they won't change how you respond to life. That's where passive listening becomes powerful. It bypasses the noise, the excuses, the resistance, and it begins to rewire the mind where it matters most. As we just explored, the subconscious never stops listening, and when guided deliberately, it becomes an ally rather than a silent saboteur. Now, let's look deeper at how this transformation actually unfolds during sleep. One of the most powerful tools for this process is audio affirmation. Why does it work? Because the subconscious mind is highly suggestible during sleep. That's not speculation, it's neuroscience. Studies on neuroplasticity have shown that repeated exposure to certain ideas physically reshapes the brain's automatic responses. That's why advertising, repeated slogans, And even subtle environmental cues can influence behavior so profoundly over time. The more often the mind encounters a specific message, the more it accepts that message as truth. But here's the catch. The subconscious doesn't filter content for value or truth. If the message is chaotic, it wires in confusion. If it's rooted in clarity, discipline, and wisdom, it fosters stability. An untrained mind absorbs whatever is placed before it, without question. That's why we must be intentional about what we feed it, especially during its most impressionable state. Sleep, Stoic philosophy, at its core, is built on mental discipline, rational detachment, and emotional control. But those principles don't stick just because we read a few lines of Seneca at breakfast. They must be practiced, repeated, reinforced. If a person only touches Stoic wisdom for 5 minutes a day, but then spends the remaining hours immersed in distraction, noise, and emotional reactivity, the subconscious won't absorb the philosophy. It will default to the dominant input. But if Stoic affirmations are gently fed into the mind during sleep, something changes, slowly. Those ideas stop being something you recite and become something you are. They go from being conscious reminders to instinctive responses. That's how real belief change works, not through force, but through consistent exposure. The mind doesn't change like a light switch. It changes like water carving a canyon bit by bit, layer by layer, groove by groove. This is why many people struggle to change their behavior. They attempt conscious change, but their subconscious continues recycling the same limiting beliefs, shaped by years of old input. But the subconscious is always listening, always adapting. If you fill it with strength, with reason, with calm, eventually it begins to operate from those principles. Listening to Stoic affirmations during sleep isn't about trying to force transformation. It's about building an environment where transformation happens on its own, quietly, consistently, beneath the surface. Why do some people grow up anxious and others composed? It's not always genetics, it's environment. The world around them wrote the script their subconscious memorized. But even if you didn't grow up in discipline and calm, you can still rewrite that script. The subconscious remains adaptable. It can always be shaped if given the right inputs. One of the biggest obstacles to deep, lasting change is resistance from the conscious mind. When we try to apply Stoic wisdom while awake, we often hit internal walls, old habits, emotional triggers, doubts. The conscious mind second-guesses. It overanalyzes. It sabotages. But in sleep, those walls drop. The defenses lower. The subconscious opens. That's why passive listening at bedtime is so effective. The ideas flow in without friction. They land deeper. And over time, they become the foundation for automatic thoughts, automatic reactions, and a quieter, stronger inner world. It's not magic. It's neuroscience. Just like how children absorb language without effort, repetition works because it follows the natural rhythm of how the brain rewires itself. Just as we've seen, the mind doesn't change with intention alone, it transforms through repetition. And belief systems? They're no different. If a person is repeatedly exposed to messages of self-doubt, it's only a matter of time before insecurity becomes second nature. But if they are consistently surrounded by reminders of strength, resilience, and reason, those too become internal truths. That's the purpose of Stoic affirmations. They retrain the mind not just for moments of quiet reflection, but for the chaos of real life, for the unexpected tension at work, for the heated argument, for the silent disappointments. The Stoics didn't wait for problems to arise. They trained daily, like warriors preparing for battle. They didn't rely on fleeting motivation. They built mental habits that made resilience automatic. Audio affirmations serve this exact function. When practiced consistently, even during sleep, they continue this conditioning. If the final message your brain absorbs before sleep is one of calm clarity, that's the mindset you'll wake with. But if fear is the last thing planted, it too will grow overnight. That's why being intentional with your nighttime mental diet is so critical. The real power of affirmations doesn't come from the elegance of the words themselves. It comes from the repetition, the relentless echo of disciplined thought, night after night. Exposure to Stoic principles hardwires them into the subconscious over time. These teachings no longer need to be recalled. They are lived. A person who hears nightly affirmations about staying calm under pressure will, without thinking, begin to meet challenges with poise. Another who listens to messages about embracing discomfort will find themselves leaning into difficulty instead of avoiding it. Why? Because the subconscious doesn't argue. It doesn't analyze. It simply accepts whatever it receives most consistently. The environment we build for our mind becomes the blueprint for our future. The strongest individuals don't place their faith in willpower alone. Like elite athletes who structure their entire lifestyle around performance, diet, rest, routine, those seeking wisdom must structure their environment for clarity, calm, and control. Passive listening is a crucial part of that structure. It ensures that, even while the body rests, the mind continues to refine itself. The effects, they don't come in dramatic bursts. They come subtly, slowly, but unmistakably. One day, you'll notice your first reaction to stress isn't panic, it's clarity. You realize your self-talk has shifted. The voice in your head no longer tears you down. It supports you. You'll see that detachment from what doesn't serve you has become effortless. These changes aren't forced. They're not the result of struggle. They're the natural outcome of consistent exposure to disciplined thought. The subconscious is always learning. The only question is, what is it learning from? If it's fed wisdom, it will move with wisdom. If it's fed fear, it will cling to fear. There is no such thing as a neutral input. Everything we absorb leaves an imprint. That's why the strongest minds are not built by chance. They are shaped deliberately, patiently, and persistently. Passive listening might seem small, even insignificant, but in truth, it's one of the most powerful tools for long-term transformation. It reduces the need for constant conscious effort, because it makes Stoic strength the subconscious default. The person who commits to this practice won't need to constantly remind themselves to stay calm, detached, or rational. They won't have to try to be Stoic. They simply will be, when Stoic. Wisdom is absorbed deeply enough. It doesn't just live in theory, it shapes our instincts. And one of the clearest signs of this, how we wake up. True mastery isn't about straining to be strong. It's about becoming strong through conditioning. Those who deliberately guide what their subconscious consumes don't rise in the morning trying to be resilient. They simply are, not because they force it, but because it has become their nature. The way we begin the day sets the tone for everything that follows. That very first thought upon opening our eyes, does it bring clarity or confusion, discipline or distraction? For most, mornings are reactive. Before they've even stretched or taken a breath, they reach for their phones, emails, social media, the news, letting external noise dictate their inner state. In doing so, they hand over control to the world. becoming passengers to whatever chaos greets them first. But for those who've trained their minds in Stoic principles, even during sleepwaking is not random. It is intentional. They don't rush into the noise. They meet the morning with awareness, not anxiety. Their first moments are guided by reflection, not reaction. The Stoics understood this deeply. They didn't treat the morning as just a transition. From sleep to activity, it was a sacred threshold, a moment of alignment. Marcus Aurelius, in his meditations, began each day by contemplating life's nature, preparing his mind for hardship before it had the chance to arrive. He didn't wait to be tested, he trained before the battle. Waking like a Stoic means starting the day on purpose. It means recognizing that the first thought of the morning is not passive, it's a choice. The mind can either be directed toward clarity and strength, or be left vulnerable, ruled by emotion and impulse. Those who anchor themselves in discipline from the moment they wake don't have to wrestle with chaos later. They don't spend the afternoon trying to regain focus, they begin with it. Before a single foot hits the floor, they've already claimed their mindset. And this doesn't happen by accident. The automatic thoughts that arise in the morning are simply echoes of the thoughts the mind was absorbing the night before. If you fell asleep scrolling through chaos, lost in anxiety, or unresolved tension, your subconscious carried that energy into the morning. No wonder your first instinct is dread, procrastination, or a craving for distraction. But if your mind was immersed in Stoic teachings, if it was fed strength, clarity, and acceptance, then your waking thoughts will reflect that. You won't stumble into your day. You'll step into it steady, clear, and prepared. How we wake up is a mirror of our deeper habits. If your first impulse is to reach for stimulation, it reveals a dependence on the external. If your first emotion is resistance, wishing for more sleep, shrinking from responsibility, it suggests your subconscious is still trained to avoid. But what happens when the first feeling is calm? When your thoughts rise with intention, with reason, with purpose? That's when you know the work is taking root. When the first feeling upon waking is a quiet readiness. When the mind instinctively leans toward gratitude, discipline, or clarity, that is no accident. It's a sign the inner work is taking root. The transition from sleep to wakefulness is one of the most critical moments of the day. In those first few minutes, the mind is highly suggestible, wide open to reinforcement. What enters your thoughts during this window doesn't just set the tone for the next hour. It shapes your posture for the entire day. If your first move is to dive into distraction, checking messages, scrolling through noise, it becomes much harder to reclaim focus later. If your first thought is one of resistance or irritation, that mental residue follows you like a shadow. That's why it's not enough to hope for a better mindset midway through the day. It must begin at the very first breath. The Stoic doesn't leave their mood to chance. They don't let the weather, their inbox, or someone else's opinion set the emotional tone. They decide before their feet even touch the ground that their mind belongs to them, that no external event will steal their peace, that no difficulty will rattle their core. This isn't about pretending everything is fine. It's not false positivity. It's discipline. It's the deliberate act of commanding the mind, rather than letting it drift wherever circumstance might carry it. One of the most powerful ways to reinforce this mental state is through intentional morning reflection. Before engaging with the outer world, the mind must first turn inward. It must be reminded of what matters, its values, its priorities, its sense of purpose. The Stoics practiced premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity. Rather than hoping for a smooth day, They mentally rehearsed potential difficulties in advance, not because they were pessimists, but because they were prepared, so that when hardship arrived, it didn't feel like a personal attack, it felt like a challenge. They had already anticipated. A mind that wakes up prepared doesn't panic. It doesn't spiral into blame or self-pity. It observes. It accepts. It meets life as it is, no more. No less. If hardship appears, it remains composed. If fortune smiles, it stays grounded. The Stoic mindset isn't swayed by conditions, it holds steady through them all. Contrast this with the modern norm. People waking up to digital noise, responsibilities, endless alerts, pulled outward before they've even taken a moment to check in with themselves. No wonder so many wake up already overwhelmed, already behind, already reacting. But the strongest individuals don't begin their day in chaos. They begin in stillness. Waking up like a Stoic means removing that initial noise. It means resisting the urge to consume before you've created, to react before you've reflected. The first action of the day should not be dictated by habit but by intention. Whether that means sitting in silence, journaling, focusing on your breath, or simply revisiting your core values, the first few minutes belong to you, not to the world. Because the one who controls their morning doesn't spend the rest of the day trying to catch up. They don't fight to regain focus, they never lost it. They don't get dragged around by emotion, they already chose their direction. And by commanding their thoughts before anything else gets a chance to, they lead not just their day, but their life. If waking up with discipline feels like a daily struggle, the root of the issue isn't the morning itself, it's everything that happens the night before. A mind filled with distraction before sleep won't rise into clarity. A person who closes their eyes with unresolved thoughts will open them still carrying that emotional weight. But one who deliberately conditions their mind with wisdom before bed, they will wake up already leaning toward clarity, balance, and strength. Waking up is more than a shift from unconsciousness to awareness. It's a mental battlefield, and those who win it, the ones who rise prepared, centered, and purposeful, don't stumble through their morning. They step into it with quiet certainty. They don't reach outward, grasping for stability in the chaos of external circumstances. They've already built that foundation within themselves. This kind of intentional waking isn't a talent, it's a skill, a discipline, one that must be trained over time, like a muscle. It starts with recognizing one truth. The first thought is a choice. The first action is a choice. The first emotional reaction of the day, yes, even that is a choice. Most people let these moments pass in autopilot, not even noticing them. Habit takes the reins. But those who seize control of these first few minutes, those who choose how they begin, gain influence over everything that follows. This practice isn't about perfection. It's about consistency. It's about replacing chaos with design, confusion with intention. Each morning doesn't have to be flawless. It simply needs to be yours, guided by awareness rather than reaction. How someone wakes up reveals everything about their inner conditioning. Have they trained their mind to lead or to follow, to direct or to be directed, to remain composed or to be carried by impulse? Those who wake up like a Stoic don't do so by accident. They rise with strength, clarity, and ownership of their mind because they shaped it the night before. You see, the final thoughts before sleep are not insignificant. They become the first whispers of the morning. The subconscious doesn't switch off when we close our eyes. It continues to work, process, reinforce. It builds from the last impressions it receives. Whatever enters the mind before sleep doesn't vanish. It settles into the subconscious, shaping emotions, reactions, and decisions for the following day. That's why those who understand this truth guard their mental space in the final minutes. Before rest, they don't feed their mind noise, anxiety, or empty stimulation. They choose purpose. They choose peace. They choose stoic clarity. Unfortunately, many underestimate this influence. They assume that whatever they scroll, stream, or stress over at night will disappear by morning. But the subconscious is always listening. It's always absorbing. If it hears wisdom before sleep, it integrates wisdom. But if it's flooded with fear, confusion, or emotional chaos, those patterns will be reinforced. And in the morning, they will feel heavier than before. The mind is deeply impressionable as it moves from wakefulness into sleep. This twilight state is when it's most open to programming. What is absorbed here doesn't fade, it embeds itself. That's why Stoic growth isn't about occasional flashes of insight. It's about steady, intentional conditioning, about reinforcing the principles of resilience, clarity, and discipline every single day, especially in those final, quiet moments before rest. So ask yourself, what are you feeding your mind before sleep? Because that content, it's not just shaping your dreams, it's shaping who you become when you wake. The truth is simple. What we feed our minds before sleep either fortifies us or weakens us. Those who flood their minds with distractions, mindless entertainment, or emotionally charged content in the final hour of the day aren't just relaxing. They are, often without realizing it, actively programming their subconscious for chaos. These moments don't just waste time, they reinforce patterns of reactivity, not reason, confusion, not clarity. But there's another path. Those who intentionally immerse themselves in Stoic teachings, in quiet reflection or disciplined thought before bed, those individuals shape their subconscious to process the world with clarity, with steadiness, and with inner composure. And this isn't just philosophy, it's neuroscience. Studies on neuroplasticity confirm that the brain continues to consolidate information during rest. It strengthens the neural pathways that were most active just before sleep. That means, whatever thoughts you end the day with, those are the ones your brain prioritizes. They're the ones it stores, rehearses, and reinforces. So if your final thoughts are structured, calm, and rooted in wisdom, your mind will strengthen those qualities. But if they are anxious, fragmented, or emotionally volatile, those reactions will be embedded instead. Many people unknowingly sabotage their own clarity by engaging with agitation before bed, arguments, sensationalized news, endless social media scrolling. These don't fade just because the screen goes dark. They leave residue. They stir the nervous system. They activate emotional responses that persist. Even as the body sleeps, the subconscious does not filter. It does not judge. It doesn't ask, is this content healthy for me? It simply processes whatever it receives. That's why intentionality in pre-sleep input isn't optional, it's essential for anyone serious about cultivating a Stoic mindset. Mental conditioning is not achieved in dramatic moments of effort. It's forged slowly, through repetition, through consistent exposure to the same principles. Day after day, wisdom doesn't sink in just because we believe it once. It becomes part of us because we revisit it, reinforce it, and integrate it, especially when our minds are most open to suggestion. That's what Marcus Aurelius understood when he wrote Meditations. He wasn't writing for others. He was writing to himself, repeating truths he already knew, not because he doubted them, but because he knew the mind forgets easily, and he refused to let it. The mistake many make is believing that those small, late-night indulgences, just 10 minutes of scrolling, just one video, just one rant, won't have any lasting effect. But the subconscious doesn't recognize small versus big, or important versus trivial. It takes everything in. One night of negative input may seem harmless, but repeated across weeks, months, and years, it reshapes the architecture of the mind. It creates default settings that operate without conscious permission. And that's when people wake up wondering, why do I feel so scattered, so anxious, so reactive? The answer isn't just in the morning. It's in what they allowed in the night before. The thoughts we entertain before bed don't just influence how we wake up, they quietly shape who we become. No one becomes reactive, impatient, or undisciplined overnight. These traits are built, little by little, through years of habitual reinforcement. If someone spends night after night consuming reactive, chaotic content before sleep, they are training their subconscious to accept emotional instability as normal. On the other hand, if they end each day with thoughts grounded in discipline, reason, and resilience, they are building a mind that stays composed even in the most difficult situations. This is why the Stoics viewed mental discipline not as a one-time effort, but as a lifelong practice. They didn't wait until hardship arrived to strengthen their minds. They prepared in advance. They surrounded themselves with wisdom every day so that when adversity came, they did not crumble under its weight. The same rule applies to the mental environment we create before we sleep. Those who are intentional about their pre-sleep thoughts don't wake up searching for focus or clarity. They wake up already anchored in them. Because whether we're awake or asleep, our subconscious is always listening, always learning. And what it learns most often, it starts to believe. If a person's nighttime routine is filled with random, disorganized input, their subconscious becomes accustomed to disorder. But if the mind is deliberately exposed to structured, disciplined, thought, Stoic texts, calm reflections, focused affirmations, it aligns itself with that structure. It begins to absorb those values as default responses. Strong individuals don't leave this process to chance. They guide it. They treat their mental inputs with the same seriousness as their physical habits or personal discipline. They choose what enters their mind, especially at night, with precision. One of the most effective ways to reinforce Stoic thinking before sleep is through direct engagement with intentional thought, reviewing key principles, journaling, listening to structured reflections, or calmly repeating affirmations rooted in Stoic reasoning. The purpose is simple but profound: to bring order to the mind before releasing it to rest. The subconscious will continue to process thoughts, whether we guide it or not. But if we guide it well, it becomes our ally. Some might argue that this level of discipline is excessive, that a few minutes of distraction before bed couldn't possibly unravel a day's worth of good practice. But that's where many go wrong. They underestimate the cumulative power of repeated exposure. Mental strength, like physical strength, isn't built from one good session. It's the result of consistency. And this is the real advantage of mastering pre-sleep thought. It removes the need for effort in critical moments. A person whose subconscious is steeped in wisdom doesn't have to try to remain calm. During a crisis, they already are. They don't need to fight their emotions because their emotional blueprint has already been built on resilience. Stoicism isn't about forcing strength when things get hard. It's about becoming the kind of person whose mind is already strong. long before the difficulty arrives. That strength doesn't come from occasional effort. It is born from the daily, repeated reinforcement of principles, and there is no better time to reinforce them than when the conscious mind begins to rest and the subconscious takes over. When the body rests and the subconscious becomes fully open, the final thoughts before sleep aren't just fleeting impressions, they're strategic investments. What you allow your mind to absorb in those quiet moments directly shapes your emotional stability, your clarity of thought, and your ability to remain composed when life becomes turbulent. Those who take this practice seriously begin to notice something subtle, yet profound. Their mental responses shift without effort. The first thoughts that greet them in the morning are no longer scattered or anxious, they're clear, steady, and focused. When stress arises, their reactions are calmer, more rational. They begin to detach more easily from unnecessary emotional weight. And all of this, it doesn't happen by luck. It happens by repetition, because the mind, at its core, becomes what it is most consistently exposed to. If a person lets randomness flood their subconscious through chaotic content, unresolved thoughts, or digital noise, they end up with an unpredictable inner world. But if they curate their mental environment with discipline and intention, they begin to shape a mind that operates with clarity and composure, not because they are forcing it, but because they've trained it to default to that mode. This isn't about achieving some unattainable ideal of perfection. It's about consistency, about using those final, quiet minutes before sleep not as throwaway time, but as a powerful opportunity to reinforce the principles that forge an unshakable mindset. And those who master this simple nightly ritual, they don't wake up hoping for strength, they wake up already strong. Their emotional footing is already secure, because even in sleep, their mind has continued to train, continued to absorb, continued to reinforce the values they planted the night before. The mind is never idle. It is always adapting, always absorbing, and always building upon the most repeated inputs. Feed it distraction, and it will learn to scatter. Feed it discipline, and it will learn to focus. True strength isn't summoned when things fall apart, it's forged long before. A person who waits for adversity before building resilience is like someone trying to construct a shield in the middle of battle. It's too late. But someone who builds their mental foundation piece by piece, day by day, doesn't have to search for strength when it's needed. It's already built into them. A fortress doesn't crumble under attack because it was designed to endure. A strong mind is no different. It must be deliberately reinforced with principles that cannot be shaken. It must be trained to stay calm and conditioned to remain unaffected by the noise outside. And this training doesn't stop when we fall asleep. In fact, it deepens. During sleep, the brain enters its most receptive state. The structures built in those hours determine how we react, how we think, and how we feel the next day. Those who neglect this window of influence wake up vulnerable, easily thrown off course by whatever life throws their way. But those who treat their mind like a fortress wake up with calm, focus, and control already in place. Mental conditioning isn't something that just happens. It's a choice. It means deciding what thoughts you allow to repeat, what emotions you choose to entertain, and what beliefs you embed into your subconscious. The brain isn't random. It's precise. It follows the patterns we feed it. And this is why, when life gets intense, some people spiral while others remain still and solid. Not because one is lucky and the other isn't, but because one of them trained for this, and the other didn't. When the mind has been trained to remain steady amidst chaos, there's no need to summon strength, it's already there. True Stoicism isn't about bottling up emotions or pretending not to feel. It's about making sure those emotions never take the wheel. It's about understanding that most suffering doesn't come from the event itself, but from the meaning we assign to it. Someone who has conditioned their thoughts to see things as they are, without distortion, exaggeration, or fear won't fall apart over life's disruptions. They won't spend energy chasing control over the uncontrollable. They'll face hardship not with resistance, but with readiness. Not because they're forcing themselves to be strong, but because strength has become second nature. This kind of inner power isn't built by accident. It's the result of disciplined thought repeated over time, especially when the conscious mind lets go and the subconscious takes over. And there's no moment more critical than the one right before sleep. During this transition from wakefulness to rest, the mind is impressionable, wide open to whatever it's given. Feed it disorder, and it will wake up fragmented. Feed it reason, and it will wake up clear. The subconscious doesn't judge or filter. It doesn't ask what's helpful or harmful. It simply absorbs and reinforces. If left untended, the mind will default to whatever impulses happen to arise: fear, doubt, distraction. But if conditioned with structure and clarity, it begins to operate with precision, calm, and strength. Like a fortress, mental resilience isn't built in a day, but it is strengthened day by day. It must be defended, not just against noise from the outside world, but also from the subtle intrusions of inner weakness, self-doubt, anxiety, irritation. These don't grow unless they're given room to grow. That's why those who train their thoughts before sleep do something powerful. They stop those seeds from ever taking root. They don't let their subconscious wander aimlessly. They give it direction intentionally, deliberately, consistently. Mental conditioning is really a replacement process, replacing reactive patterns with rational ones. Most people don't realize how easily influenced their minds are. They let every worry, every passing thought, every emotional spike take up residence. They don't pause to filter what truly matters. But the Stoic mind is different. It's disciplined. It doesn't entertain every thought that arises. It doesn't cling to temporary emotions or allow them to set the tone for an entire day. It separates what's important from what's noise. And that separation, that clarity, is what makes it impenetrable. That's what makes it unshakable. How the mind is trained before sleep determines how the next day unfolds. Go to bed filled with regret, distraction, or stress, and those emotions will carry forward. But go to bed with gratitude, focus, and command. You'll wake up already aligned with strength. That's why the final few minutes of the day should never be spent on mindless consumption. They should be sacred, used for fortification. The subconscious is always working, whether guided or not. So the only question is, will it be reinforcing chaos or cultivating wisdom? The greatest benefit of mental conditioning is this: when life tests you, you won't need to scramble for composure. You won't have to remind yourself to be calm. You'll already be calm because that's how you've trained. By the time a challenge arises, the strongest minds are already prepared. Their foundation is firm. They don't slip into emotional reactivity because emotional reactivity is no longer their default setting. They don't waste energy fretting over what lies beyond their control, because their mind has been trained to stay rooted in what is within their power. But what about those who skip this training? Those who fall asleep without intention, letting their minds be shaped by whatever emotional residue the day left behind. They wake up vulnerable, their thoughts scattered, their resilience thin. They hand over control to whatever external force shouts the loudest in the morning. The mind becomes what it is most frequently exposed to. Bathe it in wisdom, and it will operate with clarity. Drench it in chaos, and it will default to confusion. This is why mental conditioning must never be treated as an occasional practice. It has to be a lifestyle, just as a fortress left unguarded will eventually crumble. A mind left unchecked will buckle under pressure. Strength isn't theoretical. It's a habit one built, reinforced, and deepened over time. Those who commit to nightly mental training will experience a quiet transformation. They'll find their reactions shift naturally, without effort. They'll wake up with thoughts already structured, emotions already aligned, focus already intact. Their subconscious stops being an adversary and becomes a powerful ally. They no longer have to fight for discipline. It's already embedded in the way they think. When a person takes control of their mental environment, they take control of their entire life. They no longer spend their days trying to recenter themselves because they never strayed. They don't allow daily stress to hijack their emotional state because their responses have been pre-programmed. They don't crumble when life hits hard because they've already trained to withstand the blow. The subconscious is always active, always reinforcing the last message it received. Those who understand this truth don't sit around wishing for resilience. They build it, piece by piece. They don't leave their mental programming to the random inputs of the world. They choose intentionally what their mind will absorb. They wake up strong not by forcing themselves to be, but because they've removed every habit that leads to weakness. This is the quiet power of mental conditioning before sleep. It doesn't demand force. It simply requires consistency, reducing distractions, rejecting noise, and replacing mindless input with structured reflection. The subconscious does the rest. It takes what it's given and weaves it into the fabric of thought. Feed it chaos, and chaos becomes the operating system. Feed it discipline and clarity, and the mind wakes up ready. This is why the strongest individuals don't gamble with their mental state. They don't wait for challenges to knock. They build their inner fortress in advance. And when the day arrives, as it always does, with its pressures and surprises, they meet it with calm, clarity, and unwavering composure. Mastery of the mind doesn't come from reacting well in a crisis. It comes from preparing for that crisis long before it arrives. Strength isn't something you summon in the moment of crisis. It's something you've already built long before the storm ever hits. Growth doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of deliberate structure, quiet repetition, and relentless conditioning. Resilience isn't a switch you flip when things get tough. It's a system, a habit, a way of life that's cultivated, reinforced, and embedded deep within. And those who wait until adversity strikes before training their minds, they will always find themselves scrambling, unprepared. But those who design their evenings, especially the final hours before sleep, as a mental gym, a space for conditioning and clarity, they wake up differently. They rise with focus, composure, and control, not because the morning is calm, but because they are. The subconscious doesn't clock out when we do. Long after consciousness fades, it keeps working, absorbing, shaping, reinforcing automatic thoughts and emotional responses. This makes the last few hours before sleep sacred if they're spent reacting to noise, indulging in mindless distractions, or stewing in unresolved thoughts. the mind wakes up scattered and vulnerable, already behind before the day has even begun. But when those hours are treated like preparation filled with clarity, intention, detachment, and quiet strength, the mind transforms. And it does so effortlessly. Why? Because growth becomes baked into the structure itself. The most disciplined people don't wait to feel motivated. They build an environment where discipline is the default. It's not about willpower, it's about architecture. They design their nights to set the tone for the morning. They don't leave their mental state to chance. In fact, the final 4 hours before sleep hold incredible power. If spent drifting through consumption and emotional reactivity, the mind will continue reinforcing those chaotic patterns through the night. But if those hours are filled with deliberate reflection, calm focus, and mental stillness, then discipline becomes automatic. The subconscious absorbs those states and begins shaping the next day accordingly. Mental transformation doesn't happen through one inspirational moment. It happens through what is repeated most consistently. And whatever dominates the pre-sleep space becomes the dominant programming. Here's the truth. The way we wake up isn't random. It's a mirror showing us exactly what we allowed our minds to absorb the night before. So ask yourself, what are you feeding your subconscious? Is it building strength or reinforcing old habits that hold you back? Those who understand this don't just wind down before bed, they train. They recalibrate. They reinforce wisdom and stability. And because of that, they wake up sharper, calmer, more grounded than they were the day before. It's not about rigid control. It's about shaping a system that supports effortless growth. Because by the time you open your eyes in the morning, the groundwork has already been laid. The mental patterns are already in place, and no amount of willpower can undo the conditioning of the night before. Those who prepare don't panic. They don't have to scramble to fix their mindset after waking. They simply rise already strong, already clear, already ready. A person who follows deliberate nightly rituals doesn't have to scramble to find focus, clarity, or discipline in the morning. They wake up already rooted in these qualities. Their strength isn't accidental, it's engineered. The strongest individuals shape their environment to match their mindset. They don't hope for control, they create it. Just like a seasoned warrior doesn't leave their training to luck, they design every part of their evening to reinforce the kind of person they are becoming. This is what separates those who drift through life from those who command it. One group reacts to whatever thoughts show up. The other directs their thoughts before they ever surface. So, what decides which path a person takes? It's how they spend their final hours each night. Those who allow their evenings to be overrun by distractions, emotional clutter, or meaningless consumption wake up already behind. Their day starts not with strength, but with scrambling, trying to fix the mental chaos they unknowingly invited the night before. They wake up having to regain control. But the disciplined few, they don't start their day trying to recover. Their mindset, they begin already ahead. Why? Because they shaped it the night before. They don't leave their subconscious open to chance. They guard it with intention. A powerful nighttime transformation is built on predictability and reinforcement. The brain doesn't thrive in randomness. It thrives in structure. And every night provides a structured opportunity to reinforce resilience, focus, and emotional steadiness if we're deliberate. Those who engage in nightly rituals of structured thought journaling, affirmations, silent reflection, or stoic listening are actively training their subconscious to work in their favor. They aren't simply winding down, they're forging habits that will last for decades. It's not about dramatic what-time changes. It's about compounding small wins. A single night of discipline won't change a life, but months and years of consistent nighttime structure that rewires how the mind responds, not just in the morning, but in every moment that follows. These individuals don't wake up wrestling their own emotions. They don't battle confusion or try to remember their purpose. They've trained for this. Their responses have already been aligned with Stoic principles while they slept. They rise clear, calm, and prepared. And here's the secret to making it feel effortless: automation. Discipline shouldn't have to be summoned. It should be the default. When someone finds themselves struggling with clarity or mental strength during the day, it's often because they haven't trained their subconscious properly at night. They're trying to control their thoughts in the morning when it's already too late. A truly structured nighttime routine ensures that discipline becomes instinctive. That strength is no longer a task, it's just how the mind functions. Those who master this do not wake up carrying mental baggage. Their subconscious has already sorted it. There is no resistance, no weight, no dragging themselves into focus. They start their day light, centered, ready. They don't wake up pulled in every direction. Instead, they move through their mornings with precision, with intention, and with complete ownership over their state of mind. One of the greatest misconceptions people hold about mental growth is this: that it happens during the challenge. But by the time a challenge arrives, it's already too late to train. The framework is either in place or it isn't. You don't build a fortress in a storm. You build it in stillness. Those who structure their nights with discipline don't need to remind themselves to stay calm when adversity strikes. They're already functioning that way. The calm is not artificial, it's conditioned. That's the power of a structured 4-hour nighttime transformation. It removes the need for conscious effort during the day. When sleep is treated as a window for growth, not just rest, the mind wakes up sharper, the emotions steadier, and the focus already aligned with Stoic principles. But those who neglect this opportunity, they spend their mornings reacting, adjusting, scrambling to regain clarity after the chaos has already begun. The truth is simple. Waking up stronger each day isn't a mystery. It's the result of deliberate pre-sleep conditioning. And those who master this process will stop repeating the same loops of distraction, frustration, and lack of control. They won't have to go looking for discipline. They'll wake up already disciplined. They won't have to fight against weakness. They'll rise already fortified. What separates those who drift through life from those who command it? It's not luck. It's not genetics. It's what they do with the final hours before sleep. The subconscious mind never stops learning, never stops absorbing, never stops reshaping itself based on the inputs it's given. And those who take control of those inputs, those who train with intention, wake up stronger, clearer, more composed, not because they forced it, but because they structured their life in a way that made strength inevitable. And here lies the deeper truth. A person's real character isn't revealed in moments where they perform for others. It isn't shown in motivational speeches or public displays of composure. No, character is built and revealed in the quiet, in the private routines when no one is watching, in the thoughts that surface before the lights go out, in the silence between the world and sleep. Character is not what a person says they are. It's what they do repeatedly when there's no applause, no eyes on them, just their own reflection. How someone spends their final hours before bed is more than just a routine. It's a mirror. It reflects their discipline, their priorities, and their true level of self-mastery. It's easy to claim control when the day is loud, when responsibilities, deadlines, and external demands are keeping the mind busy. But the real test begins when the world goes quiet, when the external structure fades, when no one else is there to hold you accountable. And what happens then? That's when the untrained mind slips into indulgence, distraction, and mindless activity. But a trained mind, one anchored in Stoic clarity, it doesn't falter. It doesn't abandon discipline when the night falls, because the Stoics understood something crucial. Virtue is not conditional. It's not a tool to be pulled out when it's convenient. It is a practice, a way of being reinforced in every moment, especially in the solitude of the night. The habits a person carries into sleep determine more than just how they feel the next morning. They reveal how much control they truly have over themselves. When the final hours of the day are spent mindlessly scrolling, indulging in negative emotions, or letting thoughts spiral into anxiety, it's never just by chance. It's a mirror, direct reflection of how the mind has been trained. A person's nighttime habits are the clearest indicators of whether they're actively building character or passively letting it decay. The greatest challenge: these habits rarely feel urgent. There's no alarm sounding when you binge another hour of meaningless content. No immediate punishment for pushing reflection aside or staying up too late. Unlike the structured demands of daytime deadlines, duties, and social pressures, the night whispers the illusion of freedom. But what does someone truly do with that freedom? That's where the truth lies. If no one is watching, no task is due, and no consequence is immediate, do they still act with integrity, with clarity, with purpose? Or do they drift toward comfort, escaping the effort it takes to grow? Those who have mastered themselves don't need a ticking clock to stay disciplined. They don't rely on external forces to keep them grounded. Even when there's no one around to hold them accountable, they remain consistent, because discipline, for them, isn't a performance, it's a principle. That's why nighttime habits are so revealing. They emerge not from obligation, but from instinct. During the day, a person may appear orderly simply because their environment demands it: bosses, appointments, social expectations. But at night, when those structures fall away, what remains? If their natural tendency is to seek pleasure, dodge effort, and sink into distraction, it becomes clear their discipline was never truly internal. But if, in those quiet hours, they choose to reflect, to strengthen their mind with wisdom, to prepare for the next day with clarity, that's the mark of a foundation rooted in intention, not convenience. Anyone can claim to be patient, but if their nights are filled with irritation and restlessness, their actions betray their words. They might say they are focused, but if they can't sit in silence without grasping for their phone, what does that say about their inner state? The mind that has been trained to operate from strength does not abandon that strength. When the sun goes down, it doesn't shift based on convenience. It doesn't ask, is there a reason to be disciplined tonight? It simply remains steady regardless of time, place, or circumstance. Even more telling is the way someone handles their own thoughts at night. If they cannot sit in stillness before bed, if they feel the need to drown out their mind with noise, it often means they're avoiding themselves. They fear the quiet because it forces them to confront what's unresolved. But those who have cultivated reason and alignment, they embrace solitude. They don't run from reflection, they welcome it. Their thoughts are not tormentors, but tools for refinement. Ultimately, the strength of a person's character is revealed in how they govern themselves. When no one else is watching, When the world sleeps and structure fades, that's when the real test begins. Because it's easy to appear disciplined when obligations are pushing you forward. But when it's just no noise, no pressure, no deadlines, has that discipline truly taken root? Or has it merely been borrowed from the outside world? A person who has mastered their mind will not allow their nighttime habits to betray their values. They will use the final hours not for escape but for alignment. Not for consumption but for clarity. Because that's what it means to live with strength even in silence. They won't betray their values just because the day is ending. They won't let fatigue be an excuse for weakness. And they certainly won't let boredom erode the standards they've worked so hard to build. Yet the most dangerous lie people tell themselves is this: it's just one night. It doesn't matter. But does it? What happens in those final, quiet hours after the structure of the day fades matters more than most realize. Every habit, no matter how small, is a vote for the kind of person you're becoming. You are not just passing time before bed. You are programming your mind. You are reinforcing either strength or softness, clarity or chaos, resilience or avoidance. So, when someone repeatedly trades discipline for comfort, they aren't just making a harmless decision. They're conditioning their subconscious to prefer escape over effort. And the more often that pattern is repeated, the harder it becomes to reverse. It calcifies into identity. The Stoics understood this deeply. They weren't concerned with what was pleasurable. They cared about what was essential for developing strength of character. If a habit weakened the mind, it was discarded. If a practice built resilience, it was adopted intentionally and consistently. That's why nightly self-examination wasn't optional for them. It was a sacred ritual, a daily discipline. Because they knew the truth. Nighttime habits don't just reflect character, they shape it. Each evening offers a simple but profound opportunity. Will you build your strength or let it slip away? Those truly committed to self-growth don't tolerate habits that weaken them, no matter how minor they seem. They don't rationalize poor choices just because they're tired or because no one will see. They know their deepest accountability isn't to the world, it's to themselves. The final actions of the day are not disconnected from the rest of life. They are a direct continuation of your values, your priorities, your trajectory. The gap between drifting through life and mastering it, it lies in what you do when there's no one to impress, no obligation to fulfill, and no applause waiting at the end. Weakness is not born from one slip into comfort, just as strength is not born from one act of restraint. Both are built or eroded through the accumulation of small, repeated choices. You don't wake up strong. You don't wake up weak. You wake up as a reflection of how you lived the night before. So the question isn't whether you can be disciplined when the world demands it. That's easy. The real question is, can you be disciplined when it doesn't? True self-control is not tested in the spotlight. It's tested in silence, in those unseen hours when there's no external pressure, no judgment, no deadlines, just you, your thoughts, and your integrity. The way a person spends their final minutes before sleep is never a trivial detail. It's a window into their true level of self-mastery. The untrained mind seeks comfort. The trained mind seeks growth. The untrained mind floats. The trained mind steers. The untrained mind avoids reflection. The trained mind embraces it. Because the most powerful transformation, it doesn't happen in daylight. It happens in the quiet, in the stillness, in the moments no one sees. This is where commitment truly shows, not in public performance, Not when praise is at stake, but in the quiet act of choosing discipline. When there's no immediate reward. Character isn't something you can borrow or pretend to have. It isn't proven once and forgotten. It's built, strengthened, and reaffirmed night after night. Even while the body rests, the mind keeps working. It processes, sorts, and most importantly, reinforces whatever thoughts dominated your waking hours. If those final thoughts before sleep are filled with regret, worry, or mindless distractions, then that scattered energy is precisely what you'll wake up with. But if you take control, if you intentionally guide your mind towards strength and clarity, you're not just resting, you're rewiring. You're quietly building the mental architecture that tomorrow will stand upon. This is the power of Stoic visualization. It's not about passive daydreaming. It's not escapism. It's a form of active conditioning, of programming the mind to meet life with calm instead of panic, courage instead of avoidance, wisdom instead of reactivity. And what makes this practice so valuable? It doesn't require perfect conditions. It doesn't require external tools. All it asks is that you take responsibility for your thoughts. Because the way the mind is directed before sleep has everything to do with how it functions upon waking. Those who understand this truth don't go to bed with their minds wandering aimlessly. They guide their final thoughts with care, with clarity, with intention. They use their subconscious as a training ground, not for fear or fantasy, but for strength, focus, and resilience. And this practice isn't just Stoic philosophy, it's ancient, universal. Mental rehearsal has been used by warriors preparing for battle, athletes visualizing victory, and leaders walking into high-stakes decisions. No one develops composure by accident, the strength to remain calm under pressure. It doesn't show up in the moment. It's trained, quietly, long before, just like a champion doesn't enter the arena without preparing. We can't expect ourselves to rise in moments of adversity if we haven't already practiced how to respond. Resilience isn't theoretical, it's practical. You don't become disciplined by wishing. You become disciplined by rehearsing. That's what visualization offers. It lets you prepare without waiting. You train your reactions before life tests you. So when difficulty finally arrives, you don't have to remind yourself to stay calm. You already are, because your mind has rehearsed it over and over again. And when do these rehearsals matter most? Right before sleep. That's when the mind is most receptive, no longer distracted by the noise of the world. In that window, whatever you feed it, be it negativity or strength, anxiety or clarity, becomes deeply imprinted. So what are your final thoughts telling your subconscious? Because they're not just memories, they're instructions. Instructions for who you'll be when you wake up tomorrow. A person who practices Stoic visualization each night isn't hoping to improve. They are actively constructing a stronger version of themselves, one thought at a time. They're not waiting for calm to arrive during conflict. Instead, they're mentally rehearsing how to remain grounded in the very moments that once provoked anger or stress. They imagine themselves facing setbacks with clarity, not chaos. They visualize responding with self-control instead of emotional outbursts. Why? Because they understand that suffering is often self-inflicted. That the power of external events lies not in the events themselves, but in the meaning we attach to them. This nightly practice becomes a kind of mental filtration system. What truly matters? What deserves your energy? And what should be released without resistance? These aren't questions answered in the heat of the moment. They're resolved in silence, in solitude, in nightly repetition. This is no passive ritual. It's a deliberate mental workout. The Stoics didn't treat philosophy as a weekend curiosity or an occasional quote. They treated it as a living discipline, something to be practiced constantly. Each evening was a chance to sharpen the blade of reason, to cut away what weakens, and to reinforce what strengthens. And those who approach visualization with the same seriousness soon begin to feel the shift. What used to frustrate them now passes by like a passing cloud. What once triggered anxiety is now met with a rational pause. Their mental reactions, once impulsive, become refined, automatic even. That's the power of the subconscious. It doesn't absorb isolated insights. It absorbs patterns. So no, one night of visualization won't change everything. But repeated exposure night after night creates deep rewiring. Over time, discipline becomes less of a conscious effort and more of a default state. But here's the key: specificity. The subconscious doesn't respond to vague commands. Telling yourself to be better or stay strong isn't enough. You have to rehearse exact scenarios. If you tend to snap in moments of irritation, mentally walk through staying calm the next time that same situation appears. If you spiral into overthinking, rehearse releasing the thought before it consumes you. If you chase praise or shrink from criticism, visualize standing firm and shaken either way. Precision creates power. The more exact the rehearsal, the more automatic the reaction becomes when life tests you. This is why Stoics like Marcus Aurelius returned to the same truths again and again. They weren't seeking new ideas. They were engraving old ones, deeper reminding themselves of what must never be forgotten. Because the mind doesn't transform through what-time insights, it transforms through repetition. Each night before sleep is an opportunity to reinforce what matters and discard what doesn't. It's a quiet moment to etch clarity into your subconscious. No one sees this work. No one praises it. But over time, it shapes everything. Just as no one builds a strong body in a single workout, no one builds a strong mind overnight. But with consistency, that strength becomes unshakable. As we saw before, the mind doesn't transform in the moment of hardship, it transforms in solitude, through quiet, consistent rehearsal. And in times of pressure, the results of that unseen work finally reveal themselves. Those who discipline themselves to mentally rehearse resilience each night don't need to struggle for composure when adversity strikes. Why? Because they've already trained for that moment. Their mind doesn't panic, it performs. Like a seasoned fighter who no longer thinks about each movement in the ring. A well-conditioned mind doesn't scramble to stay disciplined. It simply operates that way by default. This is one of the greatest advantages of Stoic visualization. It prepares you for difficulty before difficulty even appears. It removes the element of surprise. It silences the excuse of "I didn't expect this." For those who've already rehearsed how to meet adversity, hardship is not a disruption, it's a familiar scene they've already mastered in the mind. The Stoics believed in preparing the mind every single day, because strength isn't forged in the storm, it's forged before the clouds even gather. That's why those who practice mental conditioning nightly don't scramble when life becomes turbulent. They meet it with calm, collected strength, not because they're naturally immune to stress, but because they've trained their minds to be unshakable. And here's the thing, this process isn't complicated. It doesn't require fancy tools or dramatic effort. It only requires one thing: deliberate thought. And yet, this simple act of pre-sleep visualization may be one of the most powerful mental habits a person can build. On the other hand, those who wait until stress appears to start developing resilience are already too late. It's like trying to build armor in the middle of battle. But the person who prepares their mind in advance doesn't have to fight to stay composed. They wake up already composed. They don't have to summon focus, it's already there. Thanks to the subconscious work done the night before. Every evening becomes a choice. Will you strengthen your mind or let it quietly weaken? Those who consistently choose the former will, over time, no longer find themselves trapped in patterns of emotional reactivity, impatience, or fear of the unknown. They rise above them not by chance, but by training. They don't wake up hoping to be strong. They wake up already strong, not by luck, not by accident, but by discipline. But here's a truth most ignore. Emotions don't disappear just because we go to sleep. They don't vanish overnight. They linger. They seep into our thoughts, into our reactions, into our decisions the next day. People often assume that sleep resets everything. But if anger, regret, or frustration are left unresolved, they don't dissolve, they embed themselves deeper into the subconscious. And the next morning, they resurface in the form of irritability, mental fatigue, stress, or a restless, unfocused mind. The Stoics knew better. They understood that emotions must be processed, examined, and released on purpose before sleep. That's how a strong and stable inner world is preserved. Because negative emotions, in and of themselves, aren't the enemy. They are signals, clues, teachers. But when ignored, when avoided, they don't educate, they erode. When the mind clings to resentment, it doesn't weaken the person it resents, it weakens itself. When it holds on to regret, it doesn't change the past, it corrupts the present. And when it allows frustration to fester, it doesn't solve anything, it simply drains energy. Those who fall asleep without first confronting their emotional disturbances are unknowingly training their subconscious to carry the same burdens into tomorrow. Night after night, this cycle deepens. But true strength isn't about pretending emotions don't exist, it's about understanding them, facing them, and releasing their grip. The person who masters this process doesn't wake up carrying emotional residue. They wake up refreshed, clear, and focused because they've cleared the clutter before closing their eyes. The Stoics never encouraged emotional suppression. What they taught was emotional examination and honest, rational look at what the mind is holding on to. A simple but powerful practice, especially before sleep. Is this: ask yourself, what am I still carrying? Am I angry at someone? Do I regret a decision I made? Am I frustrated about something I couldn't control? Left unexamined, these thoughts hardwire themselves into the subconscious. But if you look at them directly, without distortion, they lose their power. The goal is not to rationalize or excuse them, but to see them clearly. Take anger, for instance. It often stems from unmet expectations. Expecting someone to behave a certain way, expecting life to be fair, expecting outcomes to align with desire. But ask yourself, why should others act exactly as you wish? Why should life bend to your preferences? Who promised that? The deeper you question your expectations, the more you realize how irrational some of them are. And if anger doesn't solve anything, why carry it into a new day? Regret follows a similar path. It traps the mind in an endless cycle of what-ifs and if-onlys. But no amount of mental replay can change what already happened. The only thing that matters now is, was there a lesson? If yes, learn it. Carry the wisdom. Leave the rest behind. If no lesson exists, then the event was irrelevant and doesn't deserve another second of thought. To go to sleep with regret is to willingly relive pain that no longer exists. Frustration, too, often rises from resisting what is. Plans fail. Results fall short. Expectations go unmet. But who guaranteed they wouldn't? Life doesn't promise fairness. It doesn't owe us favorable outcomes. The Stoic path is not to resist reality, but to align with it. If something didn't go your way, perhaps it wasn't meant to, at least not yet. And if effort didn't yield the result you wanted, then maybe it's time to reassess, adjust, and move forward. Because fighting what's already happened is a guaranteed path to unnecessary suffering. In the previous reflection, we uncovered how resisting reality only deepens suffering. Now, we turn to a powerful practice, detachment through perspective, a Stoic tool for dissolving emotional chaos before sleep. One of the most effective ways to neutralize negative emotions before bed is to guide the mind into detachment, not through denial, but through perspective. You train your mind to step back, to become the observer, not the participant. Ask yourself, if someone else were feeling this, what advice would I give them? If this situation were happening to a friend, would it truly seem as overwhelming as it does now? And perhaps most importantly, does this even matter in the grand scheme of life? When you view emotion from a distance, its intensity shrinks. It stops being all-consuming and becomes what it truly is: just a passing thought. Not a permanent truth, not your identity. The mind must also be trained to recognize the fleeting nature of emotions. No matter how sharp they feel in the moment, every emotion fades. What seems unbearable tonight will likely be forgotten next month. That frustration that feels urgent now, it will become irrelevant in time. Why wait for hindsight to bring clarity when the Stoic path offers it now? If it won't matter in a year, why let it control you tonight? Letting go of emotional weight before sleep is not about pretending problems don't exist. It's about seeing clearly without distortion. It's about acknowledging emotions while refusing to let them run the show. A person who masters this doesn't wake up dragging yesterday's weight. They rise lighter, sharper, and in control. Another powerful method: identify the true source of what you're feeling. Anger towards someone might be rooted in your own insecurity. Frustration over failure might mask a fear of inadequacy. Regret may simply be resistance to accepting imperfection. The Stoic approach: go deeper. Ask, what am I really feeling? What belief is fueling this emotion? Once you uncover the truth beneath the surface, you can address it with logic, not reactivity. Because sleep is meant for healing, not for hosting unfinished emotional battles. And your subconscious, it doesn't filter or evaluate. It simply processes what you feed it. If you fall asleep with unresolved anger, regret, or fear, you'll wake up with those patterns reinforced. But if you choose to dissolve them, to confront and release them, you'll wake up with clarity and steadiness. The greatest benefit of this practice is what it builds over time: the habit of detachment, the ability to let go not just before sleep, but during the day as well. People who commit to this mental discipline stop wasting energy on emotions that do not serve them. They stop allowing temporary reactions to shape their long-term mindset. They build what the Stoics might call emotional immunity, a state in which the outside world no longer has control over their inner world. Emotional disturbances are not eliminated through force. They're released through understanding. And when this work is done the night before, there is no need to wake up and fight for peace. It's already been secured. This process of nightly detachment isn't just a temporary remedy, it's a long-term reprogramming of how the mind processes everything it experiences. The Stoics emphasized daily self-examination not as a philosophical hobby, but as an essential practice for keeping the mind free of needless suffering. Those who neglect this discipline don't escape their emotions, they only delay the confrontation. But those who face their inner turmoil before bed, strip it of its illusion of power, and discard it entirely, wake up transformed, lighter, clearer, and fully in control. The power of this practice doesn't come from what's added, it comes from what's removed. It's not about manufacturing strength. It's about eliminating what silently weakens you. And the person who masters this nightly ritual, they don't just improve their sleep. They rewire their emotional architecture. They begin moving through life with a calm, grounded presence untouched by unnecessary suffering. Not by luck, not by nature, but by design, by effort, by intention. Because a mind that isn't at peace cannot truly rest, and a body that is neglected cannot endure for long. Strength is not just about sharp thinking or inner resilience, it's about understanding that the foundation of a powerful life begins with quality rest. Yet many people treat sleep as a biological afterthought, something automatic, something passive, just a block of time between distractions, obligations, and entertainment. But the truth is, quality sleep is a discipline that determines how clearly you will think, how calmly you will respond, and how well you will hold yourself together the next day. Those who ignore this are quietly weakening their capacity for focus, reason, and emotional control. The Stoics knew that every domain of life must be approached with intention, including rest. Modern life has conditioned us to treat sleep as a luxury, something to fit in when everything else is done. But for those who aim to master themselves, rest is not optional. It is non-negotiable. A restless night creates a restless mind, and a mind that never enters a deep state of recovery will always wake up scattered, reactive, and emotionally volatile. No great achievement can compensate for chronic exhaustion. No amount of effort, self-discipline, or morning routine can make up for poor recovery. Because the mind and body are not separate, they're intimately connected. When one suffers, the other inevitably follows. And here's the part many overlook. It's not just about how long you sleep, it's about how well you sleep. People assume that if they spend enough hours in bed, that's enough. But light, shallow, or fragmented sleep, especially if it's disrupted by stress or overstimulation, doesn't heal anything. Lying down and closing your eyes is not the same as resting deeply. If your nervous system is still on edge, if your thoughts are still spinning, if your mind is still carrying the chaos of the day, true rest will never arrive. The Stoic approach to sleep is not about passivity. It's about preparation. It's about deliberately guiding the body and mind to release every last thread of tension, so they can emerge renewed. Discipline doesn't end when the day ends, it carries into how you wind down, how you let go, how you set the stage for recovery. And a disorganized, overstimulating nighttime routine, that's not just a poor habit. It's a mirror of a scattered mind. Just as a Stoic doesn't let emotions control the day, they don't let chaos control the night. As we just explored, preparing your body and mind for rest is not a passive act, it's a conscious extension of discipline. That discipline continues in the way we treat our environment, our habits, and the final choices we make before sleep. The Stoic does not allow distractions to dictate their actions, and just as importantly, they do not let those distractions dictate their rest. They remove all unnecessary stimulation before bed, fully aware that the final moments before sleep set the tone for how easily the mind will transition into stillness. Those who bombard themselves with excessive noise, bright screens, or racing thoughts at night are unknowingly sabotaging themselves. They're introducing friction where there should be calm. They're keeping the nervous system wired when it should be winding down. The body is not separate from the mind. They move in sync, and physical habits, whether intentional or careless, always shape mental patterns. Those who train their bodies to relax without resistance, who learn how to slow down with purpose, are the same ones who operate with clarity, focus, and steadiness the next day. Why? Because they didn't fight rest, they welcomed it. But those who treat sleep as a nuisance, as something to be delayed, shortened, or earned will struggle. They'll wake up foggy, impatient, emotionally brittle. They'll find themselves needing to force calmness, needing to grind their way to clarity when it could have come naturally, had they only respected rest. And one of the most overlooked elements of restful sleep, the environment itself, a chaotic room, reflects a chaotic mind. When your sleeping space is cluttered, noisy, or packed with unnecessary stimulation, you're sending your body mixed signals. You're saying, stay alert, not let go. But when a room is simple, intentional, and free from distraction, it becomes a silent cue to the body that it's safe to release, to soften, to drift. Yet many treat their bedroom like any other space full of glowing screens, piles of disorder, and overstimulation. This isn't just poor design, it's undisciplined living. The body responds to its surroundings. If the space is in disarray, the nervous system remains on edge. The Stoics understood this principle deeply. Excess weakens, simplicity strengthens. And today, so many people battle insomnia not because they lack willpower, but because they've trained their systems to stay overstimulated. Constant caffeine, artificial lighting, non-stop information, these override natural rhythms, then leave people wondering why they can't simply switch off at night. But that's not how the body works. If the nervous system is held in a chronic state of alertness, deep sleep becomes a struggle. If the mind is flooded with noise from morning to night, don't expect it to suddenly go quiet. There must be a transition, a deliberate winding down. Without it, the body doesn't recognize the shift from action to rest. There is no real restoration. And sleep hygiene isn't just about the 30 minutes before bed, it's about the choices you make throughout the entire day. If you constantly overstimulate your mind, if you never pause for moments of stillness, if you don't move your body enough to expend physical energy, you'll find yourself wide awake at night, restless, trapped in thought. Because the truth is, the body cannot rest if it hasn't been respected. Sleep is not simply about lying down. It's about allowing the nervous system to step out of overdrive. Those who live with intention, who move their bodies daily, who avoid flooding themselves with artificial inputs, who seek small moments of peace, find that sleep comes naturally, almost effortlessly. But many people who toss and turn at night, blaming stress or anxiety, are overlooking a deeper truth. They didn't prepare themselves to rest. A restless night is often not a mystery. It's the natural consequence of living in ways that ignore the body's innate rhythms. The Stoic doesn't complain about sleep troubles, they investigate and eliminate the causes of unrest. A mind that constantly craves stimulation won't settle into silence easily. A body that's been neglected throughout the day won't surrender to relaxation without resistance. And a person who has spent every waking moment chasing dopamine from screens, noise, or constant action can't expect sleep to arrive without effort. The cause is clear. And so is the solution. Those who want true control over their minds must first grant them the rest and clarity they need. Because, let's be honest, a tired mind is a vulnerable mind. A restless body is a distracted one. The ability to remain composed, to think rationally, to act with discipline, these don't come from brute force. They emerge from balance. And if sleep is overlooked, the battle is already lost before the day even begins. If the nervous system isn't given a chance to reset, it will stay in a low-grade state of stress. And if the body is constantly treated like an afterthought, the mind will eventually pay the price. One of the core Stoic practices when it comes to sleep is simple, but not easy: learning to let go. Why do so many people lie in bed staring at the ceiling? Because they're still replaying conversations, reliving frustrations, obsessing over what went wrong or what might happen next. They haven't trained themselves to detach. But sleep is not just about closing your eyes. It's an act of surrender. And those who sleep well have usually mastered the ability to release what no longer serves them. They don't drag unresolved emotions into bed. They don't carry the chaos of the day into their dreams. They understand that clinging to what cannot be changed is the seed of suffering. Letting go before sleep is not just about peace, it's a practice in mental discipline. And when done nightly, it creates spillover effects into every corner of life. People who train this muscle don't overreact in daily challenges. They don't get stuck in loops of worry. They don't let every little external event shake their core. Because what they release at night, they can release by day. Sleep, in this light, becomes more than recovery, it becomes mental training. Those who truly respect the power of sleep reinforce the deeper Stoic principles of balance, discipline, and resilience. They don't treat sleep as a luxury or an indulgence, they see it as a foundational requirement for strength. They know a clear mind demands deep rest. They understand a strong body is the vehicle through which discipline moves. And they treat their sleep with the same intentionality they apply to their thinking, their habits, and their values. Because in the end, someone who is careless with sleep is careless with their mind. Those who pursue clarity do not neglect the roots that nourish it. They structure their sleep intentionally. They protect it fiercely. They do not let short-term indulgences erode long-term mastery. They know how. Your sleep shapes how you think, how you feel, and how you live. The discipline of quality sleep isn't about rigid rules. It's about recognizing that strength, clarity, and calm can only grow from a body and mind that are truly cared for. Those who honor this will find that mastery becomes inevitable. They don't begin their mornings battling fatigue, stress, or emotional instability because they've already neutralized those forces at the source. Their sleep is not passive. It's a nightly training session for the body and mind. And as a result, they don't just wake up, they rise unshakable. But there is another invisible force that threatens this stability: expectation. Expectations are a silent thief of peace. The mind clings to how things should go, how others ought to behave, how tomorrow must unfold exactly according to personal preferences. This attachment doesn't give us control. It only creates tension. And tension, it doesn't vanish just because we lie down to rest. It lingers, pulling the mind into overdrive, constantly planning, adjusting, worrying about things that haven't even happened. When someone drifts into sleep carrying a head full of rigid expectations, they don't rest, they rehearse stress, and unsurprisingly, they wake up already burdened by a future that doesn't even exist. Letting go of expectations doesn't mean becoming passive or indifferent. It means releasing the tight grip on imagined outcomes. It means realizing that peace only lives in the present, and the more we obsess over what should happen, the further we drift from the peace that's available now. The mind that has been trained to loosen its grip on the uncontrollable, that's the mind that finds deep, uninterrupted rest. Think about it. Who wakes up clearer and more refreshed? The person who drifts off while trying to force tomorrow into shape, or the one who lets thoughts pass gently, without resistance, without insisting that the future conform to a script? The problem with expectations is simple: they're illusions. They rest on the belief that life will bend to our desires, that people will act exactly as we want them to, that every plan will unfold without interference. But reality doesn't work that way. It doesn't conform to our preferences. It follows its own path, unpredictable, impartial, and often inconvenient. And when expectations aren't met, we suffer. Not because life betrayed us, but because we insisted it had to go a certain way. That's why, before sleep, expectations must be held up to the light for what they truly are: mental constructs that only serve to disturb inner peace. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that suffering doesn't come from external events. It comes from the mind's refusal to accept them. The person who expects nothing, they are never thrown off course. The person who insists on life going their way, they are always at war with reality itself. And if we want our sleep to be deep, if we want the mind to fully let go, then this war must end before our body rests. Now, make no mistake, living without expectations doesn't mean giving up effort or abandoning goals. It doesn't mean detaching from action. It means being fully present in everything we do, but without demanding a specific result. This subtle shift dissolves anxiety. It erases the need to overthink. It frees us from the exhausting habit of projecting into the future. Because here's the truth: many people don't sleep because their minds are too busy building stories about what might happen. They replay what went wrong. They construct possible futures out of pure speculation. But speculation rarely brings peace. It only builds tension. Many people lie awake at night, convinced they're being responsible by thinking through every detail of tomorrow. But what they're really doing is chasing an illusion of belief that if they think hard enough, they can control what comes next. But can they? Control over the future is never absolute. It's always partial, always conditional, always tangled. In variables we cannot command, and the sooner this is accepted, the lighter the mind becomes. The person who understands this truth doesn't lie awake running simulations. They sleep with ease because they've already let go of what was never in their hands to begin with. One of the simplest, yet most powerful mental exercises before sleep is this: release your attachment to tomorrow. Just before closing your eyes, say to yourself, I have done all I can for today. The rest is not in my hands. This is not avoidance. This is discipline. It's the wisdom to know when to act and when to release. It's the strength to say, I've done enough, and mean it. People who live this way don't carry the weight of tomorrow into their sleep. They understand that the world will move however it chooses, regardless of how tightly we grip it. And because they don't cling, they don't suffer the tension. Letting go of expectations doesn't mean abandoning responsibility. In fact, it strengthens it. When a person no longer demands that life fits their blueprint, they stop wasting energy resisting what already is. They stop trying to force the present into shapes that only exist in their imagination. And what's left? Clarity, Their decisions are cleaner. Their thinking is sharper. Their energy is no longer drained by fear of disappointment or the need for perfection. And paradoxically, that's what makes their actions most effective. Expectation is an invisible burden. It creates endless frustration, irritation, and unrest. Most people don't realize how much of their energy is lost in anticipation rather than experience. A mind constantly expecting is never here. It's always one step ahead, never grounded in now. And when the day ends, that habit doesn't stop. It crawls into bed with them, keeping the body tense, the nervous system on alert, and the mind unable to fully release into sleep. But the moment expectations are dropped, relaxation becomes effortless. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means releasing the false idea that life must go a certain way to be good. It means understanding that the world is unpredictable and no amount of worry will change that. It means continuing to act, but doing so without being mentally entangled in the outcome. This simple shift in thinking neutralizes frustration before it begins. It starves stress before it takes hold. It stops irritation before it has a chance to grow. And more than just a recipe for better sleep. This mindset is a foundation for lasting emotional stability, because the person who stops expecting the world to please them is the one who becomes truly unshakable. They don't spiral when plans shift. They don't fall apart when others disappoint. They don't waste energy rehashing what should have happened. Their clarity is preserved. Their calm remains intact. They move through life unshaken because they've trained themselves to let go of what was never theirs to control. And that ability to drop expectations before sleep doesn't just improve the night. It rewires the entire day ahead. As we've seen, the practice of releasing expectations doesn't just improve rest. It transforms how we move through life. It teaches the mind a profound truth, that clinging achieves nothing, that insistence is wasted effort, and that true strength arises from flowing with life rather than resisting it. Those who internalize this lesson through nightly practice begin to experience a remarkable shift. They wake up lighter not because the world has changed, but because they no longer carry the invisible burdens that once weighed them down. They no longer launch into the day with the heavy pressure of shoulds and musts. Instead, they navigate the hours ahead with calm, grounded efficiency, and a deep sense of inner control, not over outcomes, but over their own responses. Every evening offers this gift. Every night is a chance to shed what has been carried too long. And those who embrace this practice discover something powerful. Over time, their reflexes change. They stop clinging to what doesn't serve them. They stop suffering over what doesn't matter. They stop creating stress where peace could easily exist. And what happens then? Life begins to feel lighter, not because the chaos disappears, but because they've changed their relationship to it. There's no reason to wait for sleep to dissolve stress. There's no benefit in dragging the worries of today into tomorrow. What is not essential can be dropped, released, discarded before the head ever touches the pillow. This isn't weakness. On the contrary, it is the highest form of strength. It is the strength to walk through life without being chained by it. The more one learns to let go, the less one is disturbed. The less one clings, the more freedom they find. And those who commit to this practice every night don't just sleep more peacefully, they live more powerfully. Because a mind freed from expectation is a mind that rests deeply. And a mind that rests deeply is a mind that wakes up strong. And a mind that wakes up strong is a mind that meets the world with steady, unshakable self-control, not because life has become easier or people more agreeable, but because clarity has taken the place of unrealistic expectations. This is the power of letting go. This is the freedom of detachment. And ultimately, this is where true strength is forged. Because strength isn't built through endless strain. A mind that never slows down, that never grants itself full restoration, is not strong, it is fragile, stretched thin, and weakened by exhaustion. So many believe that pushing harder is the answer to every challenge. They glorify constant motion, treating rest as a luxury rather than a discipline. But the Stoics knew better. They understood that real endurance is found not in endless effort, but in mastering the rhythm of effort and recovery. A warrior does not fight without pause. A mind cannot stay sharp without stillness. The ability to retreat deliberately, to detach fully from the noise of the day, to step back and allow the mind to reset. That is not avoidance. It is mastery. It is the difference between operating at one's highest potential or remaining stuck in the spiral of diminishing returns. So the final lesson of Stoic sleep training is this. It's not just about closing your eyes. It's about entering sleep with intention so that you wake up renewed, not depleted, focused, not fogged, and truly ready for what life brings next. Building on the importance of deep rest, we now turn to one of the most misunderstood illusions in modern life, the belief that rest is a weakness or a distraction from productivity. Many see rest as a luxury, something to be minimized in the name of hustle. But the truth is, this mindset is an illusion. An overworked mind becomes sluggish. Decision-making falters, emotional control erodes, irritability creeps in, focus vanishes. What many people call effort is often just wasted energy, a misunderstanding of what true discipline actually requires. Rest is not the opposite of discipline. It is a condition for it. You cannot operate with excellence if you have not recovered with intention. Deep rest is more than just closing your eyes at night. It's the deliberate practice of letting the mind retreat, stepping back from the tension, the noise, the urgency. True clarity doesn't come from constant effort. It comes from the ability to reset completely. Think of it like a blade. A knife used relentlessly without pause will dull over time. It loses sharpness, loses precision, and eventually becomes ineffective. The same is true of the mind. And here's the tragedy. Most people who suffer from this dullness don't even realize it. They wake up tired despite a full night in bed. They push through the day with endless effort, yet struggle to concentrate. They feel restless even while doing nothing. Why? Because the issue is not how much rest they get. It's how deep that rest truly is. The Stoic approach to sleep isn't merely about avoiding fatigue, it's about fortifying the mind. Every night should act as a complete reset, a mechanism that clears away mental fog and brings renewed clarity. By morning, the person who masters this doesn't begin their day dragging yesterday behind them. They don't wake up already exhausted. Instead, they rise with clarity, calmness, and a mind that is fully present, ready for whatever lies ahead. This depth of rest is not a lucky accident. It is a discipline. Many people assume sleep just happens, that lying down will magically bring restoration. But ask yourself, how many people wake up mentally drained even after 8 or 9 hours in bed? This is the evidence. Sleep without intention is not recovery. The nervous system must be trained, conditioned to settle into deep stillness. That's why the Stoics placed such importance on quieting the mind before sleep. A mind that enters sleep in turmoil will wake up the same way. But a mind that detaches free from resistance, free from mental noise, awakens with clarity and control. Because strength is not about enduring endlessly, it's about managing energy wisely. A person who never rests properly burns through their potential. They waste time. They confuse exhaustion with effort. They confuse stress with strength. But in reality, a well-rested mind can do in 1 hour what an overworked mind struggles to complete in 3. And it doesn't stop there. Just as mindful rest ends the day with intention, mindful awakening begins it with power. The first few moments after opening your eyes shape the entire trajectory of the day. Those who reach immediately for their phones, those who let noise flood in before their thoughts have even settled, are setting themselves up to react all day. Instead of lead, a tired mind needs external stimulation to function. A rested mind is the stimulation. It doesn't scramble for energy, it brings energy. So, ask yourself, do you wake up in control? Or do you wake up already trying to catch up? The difference lies not in your alarm clock, but in the quality of your rest and the discipline you brought to earning it. When the mind is given what it truly needs, deep, intentional rest, it doesn't wake up sluggish or scattered. It wakes up already centered, already sharp, already prepared for what lies ahead. This powerful rhythm, deliberate rest followed by deliberate awakening, is the bedrock of unshakable inner strength. It builds a mind that is no longer fragile, no longer easily shaken by small inconveniences or overwhelmed by external pressure. The person who masters this nightly cycle no longer depends on motivation. They don't wait for perfect circumstances. They don't need applause or approval to function at their best. They are self-sustaining. Their energy is directed, not drained. Every action is efficient, precise, intentional, and without waste. Why? Because they know something most people overlook. Overextending yourself is not a badge of honor, it's the root of weakness. Real strength is quiet, balanced, and renewable. The final lesson in Stoic sleep training is this: rest is not an interruption of growth. It is part of it, just as the mind must be trained for discipline, resilience, and clarity. It must also be trained to let go, to recover with purpose, and to rise renewed. A person who respects this truth never falls victim to burnout. They don't wake up feeling lost, scattered, or at war with their own thoughts. They begin each day in command of their mind, clear, calm, and capable. Many chase complex fixes to simple problems, new hacks, routines, philosophies. But the Stoics knew what most people need isn't more stimulation. It's better recovery. The body and mind are designed to restore themselves, but only if we allow them to. If you constantly push past your limits, if you flood your mind with noise, if you deny yourself space to breathe, you don't build strength, you dismantle it. But the person who honors the discipline of rest doesn't fear exhaustion. They don't fight their energy levels. They manage them. They don't need to force discipline because discipline becomes their default state. And that's the key. It's not about sleeping longer. It's about sleeping wiser. It's about making every night a reset so every morning begins without resistance. The Stoics never wasted energy on what didn't serve them, and they didn't treat rest as indulgence. They treated it as a tool for greatness. Those who forget this cycle fall into the modern trap of endless exhaustion and false strength, always pushing, always striving, never recovering. But those who remember, those who protect their energy, who guard their mind's clarity, who treat rest as a sacred discipline, they rise each day not to survive, but to command the day. Because they understand the truth. A mind must rest to become strong. And the person who masters this wakes up unshakable, day after day, without fail. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Stoic Capsule, where ancient wisdom meets daily strength. New videos are on the way to guide your journey inward. Stay with us.